First semester BA BSc Common Course English Evergreen Stories. Contents 1. The Terror Guy de Maupassant. 2. The Bet Anton Chekhov. 3. A Retrieved Reformation O. Henry. 4. The Remarkable Rocket Oscar Wilde. 5. Two Gentlemen of Verona A.J. Cronin. 6. The Verger Somerset Maugham. 7. A Hero R.K. Narayan. 8. The Homecoming Rabindranath Tagore. The Terror Guy de Maupassant. About the author. Guy de Maupassant, in fully Henri Rene Albert Guy de Maupassant, French naturalist, writer of short stories and novels, is, by general agreement, the greatest French short story writer. Maupassant's work is thoroughly realistic. His characters inhabit a world of material desires and sensual appetites, in which lust, greed, and ambition are the driving forces, and any higher feelings are either absent or doomed to cruel disappointment. The tragic power of many of the stories derives from the fact that Maupassant presents his characters, poor people or rich bourgeois, as the victims of ironic necessity, crushed by a fate that they have dared to defy, yet still struggling against it hopelessly. The lucid purity of Maupassant's French and the precision of his imagery are in fact the two features of his work that most account for his success. The Terror is a story about a man who is getting married because he is afraid to be alone. You say you cannot possibly understand it, and I believe you. You think I am losing my mind? Perhaps I am, but for other reasons than those you imagine, my dear friend. Yes, I am going to be married, and will tell you what has led me to take that step. I may add that I know very little of the girl who is going to become my wife tomorrow. I have only seen her 4 or 5 times. I know that there is nothing unpleasing about her, and that is enough for my purpose. She is small, fair, and stout, so of course the day after tomorrow I shall ardently wish for a tall, dark, thin woman. She is not rich, and belongs to a middle classes. She is a girl such as you may find by the gross, well adapted for matrimony, without any apparent faults, and with no particularly striking qualities. People say of her, "Mle, Lajale is a very nice girl." And tomorrow they will say, "What a very nice woman Madame Raymond is." She belongs, in a word, to the immense number of girls whom one is glad to have for one's wife, till the moment comes when one discovers that one happens to prefer all other women to that particular woman whom one has married. Well, you say to me, what on earth did you get married for? I hardly like to tell you the strange and seemingly improbable reason that urged me onto this senseless act. The fact, however, is that I am afraid of being alone. I don't know how to tell you or to make you understand me, but my state of mind is so wretched that you will pity me and despise me. I do not want to be alone any longer at night. I want to feel that there is someone close to me, touching me, a being who can speak and say something, no matter what it be. I wish to be able to awaken somebody by my side, so that I may be able to ask some sudden question, a stupid question even, if I feel inclined, so that I may unhear a human voice, and feel that there is some waking soul close to me, someone whose reason is at work, so that when I hastily light the candle, I may see some human face by my side. Because, because I'm ashamed to confess it, because I'm afraid of being alone. Oh, you don't understand me yet. I'm not afraid of any danger. If a man were to come into the room, I should kill him without trembling. I am not afraid of ghosts, nor do I believe in the supernatural. I am not afraid of dead people, for I believe in the total annihilation of every being that disappears from the face of this earth. Well, yes. Well, it must be told. I am afraid of myself, afraid of that horrible sensation of incomprehensible fear. You may laugh if you like. It's terrible, and I cannot get over it. I am afraid of the walls, of the furniture, of the familiar objects which are animated, as far as I am concerned, by a kind of animal life. Above all, I am afraid of my own dreadful thoughts, of my reason, which seems as if it were about to leave me, driven away by a mysterious and invisible agony. At first, I feel a vague uneasiness in my mind, which causes a cold shiver to run all over me. I look around, and of course, nothing is to be seen, and I wish that there was something there, no matter what, as long as it was something tangible. I am frightened merrily because I cannot understand my own terror. If I speak, I am afraid of my own voice. If I walk, I am afraid of I know not what, behind my door, behind the curtains, in the cupboard, or under my bed, and yet all the time I know there is nothing anywhere, and I turn round suddenly because I am afraid of what is behind me, although there is nothing there and I know it. I become agitated. I feel that my fear increases, and so I shut myself up in my own room, get into bed, and hide under the clothes, and there, covering down, rolled into a ball, I close my eyes in despair, and remains thus for an indefinite time, remembering that my candle is alight on the table by my bedside, and that I ought to put it out, and yet I dare not to do it. It is very terrible, is it not? To be like that? Formerly, I felt nothing of all that. I came home quite calm and went up and down my apartment without anything disturbing my peace of mind. Had anyone told me that I should be attacked by a malady, for I can call it nothing else, of most improbable fear, such as a stupid and terrible malady as it is, I should have laughed outright. I was certainly never afraid of opening the door in the dark. I went to bed slowly, without locking it, and never got up in the middle of the night to make sure that everything was firmly closed. It began last year in a very strange manner on a damp autumn evening. When my servant had left the room after I had dined, I asked myself what I was going to do. I walked up and down my room for some time, feeling tired without any reason for it, unable to walk, and even without energy to read. A fine rain was falling, and I felt unhappy, a prey to one of those fits of despondency, without any apparent cause, which make us feel inclined to cry or to talk, no matter to whom, so as to shake off our depressing thoughts. I felt that I was alone, and my rooms seemed to me to be more empty than they had ever been before. I was in the midst of infinite and overwhelming solitude. What was I to do? I sat down, but a kind of nervous impatience seemed to affect my legs, so I got up and began to walk about again. I was perhaps rather feverish, for my hands, which I had clasped behind me, as one often does when walking slowly, almost seem to burn each other. Then suddenly a cold shiver ran down my back, and I thought the damp air might have penetrated into my room. So I lit the fire for the first time that year and sat down again and looked at the flames. But soon I felt that I could not probably remain quiet, so I got up again and determined to go out to pull myself together and to find a friend to bear me company. I could not find anyone. So I walked to the boulevard to try and meet some acquaintance or other there. It was wretched everywhere, and the wet pavement glistened in the gaslight, while the oppressive warmth of the almost impalpable rain laid heavily over the streets and seemed to obscure the lights of the lamps. I went on slowly, saying to myself, I shall not find a soul to talk to. I glanced into several cafes, from the Madeleine as far as the Faubourg Poissonnerie, and so many unhappy looking individuals sitting at the tables who did not seem even to have enough energy left to finish the refreshments they had ordered. For a long time I wandered aimlessly up and down, and about midnight I started for home. I was very calm and very tired. My janitor opened the door at once, which was quite unusual for him, and I thought that another lodger had probably just come in. When I go out, I always double check the door of my room, and I found it merrily closed, which surprised me. But I suppose that some letters had been brought up for me in the course of the evening. I went in and found my fire still burning so that it lighted up the room a little. And while in the act of taking up a candle, I noticed somebody sitting in my armchair by the fire, warming his feet with his back towards me. I was not in the slightest degree frightened. I thought, very naturally, that some friend or other had come to see me. No doubt the porter, to whom I had said I was going out, had lent him his own key. In a moment I remembered all the circumstances of my return, how the street door had been opened immediately, and that my own door was only latched and not locked. I could see nothing of my friend but his head, and he had evidently gone to sleep while waiting for me, so I went up to him to rouse him. I saw him quite distinctly. His right arm was hanging down and his legs were crossed. The position of his head, which was somewhat inclined to the left of the armchair, seemed to indicate that he was asleep. Who can it be? I asked myself. I could not see clearly as the room was rather dark, so I put out my hand to touch him on the shoulder, and it came in contact with the back of the chair. There was nobody there. The seat was empty. I fairly jumped with fright. For a moment I drew back as if confronted by some terrible danger. Then I turned round again, impelled by an impulse standing up, panting with fear, so upset that I could not collect my thoughts and ready to faint. But I am a cool man, and soon recovered myself. I thought, it is a merry hallucination, that is all. And I immediately began to reflect on this phenomenon. Thoughts fly quickly at such moments. I had been suffering from an hallucination that was an inconstantable fact. My mind had been perfectly lucid and had acted regularly and logically. So there was nothing the matter with the brain. It was only my eyes that had been deceived. They had a vision. One of those visions which led simple folk to believe in miracles. It was a nervous seizure of the optical apparatus, nothing more. The eyes were rather congested, perhaps. I lit my candle. When I stooped down to the fire, in doing so, I noticed that I was trembling, and I raised myself up with a jump, as if nobody had touched me from behind. I was certainly not by any means calm. I walked up, down a little, and hummed a tune or two. Then I double locked the door and felt rather reassured. Now, at any rate, nobody could come in. I sat down again and thought over my adventure for a long time. Then I went to bed and blew out my light. For some minutes, all went well. I lay quietly on my back, but presently an irresistible desire seized me to look round the room, and I turned over on my side. My fire was nearly out, and the few glowing embers threw a faint light on the floor by the chair, where I fancied I saw the man sitting again. I quickly struck a match, but I had been mistaken. There was nothing there. I got up, however, and hid the chair behind my bed. Tried to get to sleep, as the room was now dark. But I had not forgotten myself for more than 5 minutes, when in my dream I saw all the scene which I had previously witnessed as clearly as if it were reality. I woke up with a start, and having lit the candle, sat up in bed, without venturing even to try to go to sleep again. Twice, however, sleep overcame me for a few moments in spite of myself, and twice I saw the same thing again, till I fancied I was going mad. When day broke, however, I thought that I was cured, and slept peacefully till noon. It was all past and over. I had been feverish, had a nightmare, I know not what. I had been ill, in fact, but yet thought I was a great fool. I enjoyed myself thoroughly that evening. I dined at a restaurant and afterward went to the theatre and then started for home. But as I got near the house, I was once more seized by a strange feeling of uneasiness. I was afraid of seeing him again. I was not afraid of him, not afraid of his presence, in which I did not believe, but I was afraid of being deceived again. I was afraid of some fresh hallucination, afraid lest fear should take possession of me. For more than an hour I wandered up and down the pavement. Then, feeling that I was really too foolish, I returned home. I breathed so hard that I could hardly get upstairs, and remained standing outside my door for more than 10 minutes. Then suddenly I had a courageous impulse, and my will asserted itself. I inserted my key into the lock and went into the apartment with a candle in my hand. I kicked open my bedroom door, which was partially open, and cast a frightened glance toward the fireplace. There was nothing there. Ah, what a relief! And what a delight! What a deliverance! I walked up and down briskly and boldly, but I was not altogether reassured, and kept turning round with a jump. The very shadows in the corners disquieted me. I slept badly, and was constantly disturbed by imaginary noises, but did not see him. No, that was all over. Since that time I have been afraid of being alone at night. I feel that the spectre is there, close to me, around me, but it has not appeared to me again. And supposing it did, what would it matter, since I do not believe in it and know that thing is nothing. However, it still worries me because I am constantly thinking of it. His right arm hanging down and his head inclined to the left like a man who was asleep. I don't want to think about it. Why? However, am I so persistently possessed with this idea? His feet were too close to the fire. He haunts me It is very stupid, but who and what is he? I know that he does not exist except in my cowardly imagination, in my fears, and in my agony. There, enough of that. Yes, it is all very well for me to reason with myself, to stiffen my backbone, so to say. But I cannot remain at home because I know he is there. I know I shall not see him again. He will not show himself again. That is all over. But he is there, all the same, in my thoughts. He remains invisible, but that does not prevent his being there. He is behind the doors, in the closed cupboard, in the wardrobe, under the bed, in every dark corner. If I open the door or the cupboard, if I take the candle to look under the bed and throw a light on the dark places, he is there no longer. But I feel that he is behind me. I turn round, certain that I shall not see him, that I shall never see him again. But for all that, he is behind me. It is very stupid. It is dreadful. But what am I to do? I cannot help it. But if there were two of us in a place, I feel certain that he would not be there any longer. For he is there just because I am alone, simply and solely because I am alone. Glossary: Acquaintance, a familiar person, someone known to you. Annihilation, destruction. Pole word: here, main road. Deliverance, freedom, relief. Despise, regard as worthless. Despondency, dejection. Hallucination, a vision which seems real but is in reality non-existent. Impalpable, intangible. Janitor, someone employed to clean or look after a building. Malay, mademoiselle, meaning miss. Solitude, state of being alone. Tangible, perceptible to the five senses, of definite shape, material. Answer the following in a paragraph of about 50 words. 1. What is the malady that the narrator suffers from? 2. What is the purpose behind the decision of the narrator getting married? 3. Does the narrator believe in supernatural? Explain. 4. Will he stop haunting the narrator after the wedlock? Why? 5. Do you think reasoning out the narrator's problem alone solves it? Explain. 6. Write a note on the tone and mood of the story. Answer the following in about 100 words. 1. Explain the nature of the narrator's fear. 2. Describe the girl whom the narrator is going to marry. 3. What happened to the narrator on that damp autumn evening? 4. It began last year in a very strange manner. Trace the events. 5. Describe the scene that troubled the narrator day and night. 6. Who is the listener of the story? Comment on the narrator's technique of creating the powerful effect of presence of the unseen listener and how he sustains it throughout the narrative. Answer the following in about 300 words. 1. Narrator is not afraid of anything in particular. He is afraid of fear and frightened of himself. Explain. 2. Examine the predicament that led to the fear, psychosis in the narrator. The Bet. Anton Chekhov. Anton Pavlovich Chekhov was a Russian physician and supreme short story writer and playwright. Chekhov is considered to be the founder of the modern short story, and his influence is observed in a diverse group of writers including Flannery O'Connor, Tennessee Williams, William Somerset Maugham, Raymond Carver, and John Cheever. Most of the English-speaking world knows him as a playwright, particularly for The Seagull, Uncle Vanya, Three Sisters, and The Cherry Orchard. The Bet is an 1889 short story by Anton Chekhov about a banker and a young lawyer who make a bet with each other whether the death penalty is better or worse than life in prison. The story lives on as one of Chekhov's most well-known short stories, though at the time of its publications, he was very well respected for his plays. Like many of Chekhov's works, it lacks complexity in its plot and characters, and instead focuses on larger questions and creates a haunting atmosphere. It is considered a great example of the Russian realist school of literature from the later 19th century. Act 1. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was pacing from corner to corner of his study, recalling to his mind the party he gave in the autumn 15 years ago. There were many clever people at the party and much interesting conversations. They talked among other things of capital punishment. The guests, among them not a few scholars and journalists, for the most part disapproved of capital punishment. They found it obsolete as a means of punishment, unfitted to a Christian state and immoral. Some of them thought that capital punishment should be replaced universally by the life imprisonment. "I don't agree with you," said the host. "I myself have experienced neither capital punishment nor life imprisonment. But if one may judge a priori, then in my opinion, capital punishment is more moral and more humane than imprisonment. Execution kills instantly. Life imprisonment kills by degrees. Who is more humane executioner? One who kills you in a few seconds, or the one who draws the life out of you instantly for years?" "They are both equally immoral," remarked one of the guests, "because their purpose is the same, to take away life. The state is not God. It has no right to take away which it cannot give back, if it should so desire." Among the company was a lawyer, a young man of about 25. On being asked about his opinion, he said, "Capital punishment and life imprisonment are equally immoral, but if I were offered the choice between them, I would certainly choose the second. It's better to live somehow than to not to live at all." There ensued a lively discussion. The banker, who was then younger and more nervous, suddenly lost his temper, banged his fist on the table, and turning to the young lawyer, cried out, "It's a lie! I bet you 2 million you wouldn't stick in a cell even for 5 years." "If you mean it seriously," replied the lawyer, "then I bet I'll not 5, but 15. 15? Done," cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions." "Agreed. You stake 2 millions, I my freedom," said the lawyer. So this wild, ridiculous bet came to pass. The banker, who at that time had too many millions to count, spoiled and capricious, was beside himself with rapture. During supper, he said to the lawyer jokingly, "Come to your senses, young roan, before it's too late. 2 millions are nothing to me, but you stand to lose 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4 because you'll never stick to it out any longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary is much heavier than enforced imprisonment. The idea that you have the right to free yourself at any moment will poison the whole of your life in the cell. I pity you." And now the banker, pacing from corner to corner, recalled all this and asked himself, "Why did I make this bet? What's the good? The lawyer loses 15 years of his life and I throw away 2 millions. Will it convince people that capital punishment is worse or is better than imprisonment for life? No, no, all stuff and rubbish. On my part, it was the caprice of a well-fed man, on the lawyer's pure greed of gold." He recollected further what happened after the evening party. It was decided that the lawyer must undergo his imprisonment under the strict observation in a garden wing of the banker's house. It was agreed that during the period he would be deprived of the right to cross the threshold, to see living people, to hear human voices, and to receive letters and newspapers. He was permitted to have a musical instrument, to read books, to write letters, to drink wine and smoke tobacco. By the agreement, he could communicate, but only in silence, with the outside world through a little window, specially constructed for this purpose. Everything necessary, books, music, wine, he could receive in any quantity by sending a note through the window. The agreement provided for all the minutest details, which made the confinement strictly solitary, and it obliged the lawyer to remain exactly 15 years from 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1870 to 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1885. The least attempt on his part to violate the conditions, to escape, if only for 2 minutes before the time, freed the banker from the obligation to pay him the 2 millions. During the first year of imprisonment, the lawyer, as far as it was possible to judge from his short notes, suffered terribly from loneliness and boredom. From his wing day and night came the sound of the piano. He rejected wine and tobacco. "Wine," he wrote, "excites desires, and desires are the chief foes of a prisoner. Besides, nothing is more boring than to drink good wine alone. And tobacco spoils the air in his room." During the first year, the lawyer was sent books of a light character, novels with a complicated love interest, stories of crime and fantasy, comedies, and so on. In the second year, the piano was heard no longer, and the lawyer asked only for classics. In the fifth year, music was heard again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched them said that During the whole of that year, he was only eating, drinking, and lying on his bed. He yawned often and talked angrily to himself. Books he did not read. Sometimes, at nights, he would sit down to write. He would write for a long time and tear it all up in the morning. More than once, he was heard to weep. In the second half of the sixth year, the prisoner began zealously to study languages, philosophy, and history. He fell on these subjects so hungrily that the banker hardly had time to get books enough for him. In the space of 4 years, about the 600 volumes were bought at his request. It was while that passion lasted that the banker received the following letter from the prisoner. My dear Galler, I am writing these lines in 6 languages. Show them to experts, let them read them. If they do not find one single mistake, I beg you to give them orders to have a gun fired off in the garden. By the noise, I shall know that my efforts have not been in vain. The geniuses of all ages and countries speak in different languages, but in them all burns the same flame. Oh, if you knew my heavenly happiness now, that I can understand them. The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. 2 shots were fired in the garden by the banker's order. Later on, after the 10th year, the lawyer sat immovable before his table and read only the New Testament. The banker found it strange that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 erudite volumes should have spent nearly a year in reading one book, easy to understand and by no means thick. The New Testament was then replaced by the history of religions and theology. During the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an extraordinary amount, quite haphazard. Now he would apply himself to natural sciences, then he would read Byron or Shakespeare. Notes used to come from him, which he asked to be sent at the same time a book on chemistry, a textbook of medicine, a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. He read as if he were swimming in the sea among broken pieces of wreckage, and in his desire to save his life was eagerly grasping one piece after another. Act 2. The banker recalled all this and thought, tomorrow at 12 o'clock he receives his freedom. Under the agreement, I shall have to pay him 2 millions. If I pay, it's all over with me. I am ruined forever. 15 years before, he had too many millions to count, but now he was afraid to ask himself which he had more of, money or debts. Gambling on the stock exchange, risky speculation, and the recklessness of which he could not rid himself even in old age, had gradually brought his business to decay, and the fearless, self-confident, proud man of business had become an ordinary banker, trembling at every rise and fall in the market. That cursed bet! Murmured the old man, clutching his head in despair. Why didn't the man die? He is only 40 years old. He will take away my last farthing. Marry, enjoy life, gamble on the exchange, and I will look on like an envious beggar and hear the same words from him every day. I am obliged to you for the happiness in my life. Let me help you. No, it's too much. The only escape from bankruptcy and disgrace is that the man should die. The clock had just struck 3. The banker was listening. In the house, everyone was asleep, and one could hear only the frozen trees whining outside the windows. Trying to make no sound, he took out of his safe the key of the door which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. The garden was dark and cold. It was raining. A damp, penetrating wind howled in the garden and gave the trees no rest. Though he strained his eyes, the banker could see neither the ground, nor the white statues, nor the garden wing, nor the trees. Approaching the garden wing, he called the watchman twice. There was no answer. Evidently, the watchman had taken shelter from the bad weather and was now asleep somewhere in the kitchen or the greenhouse. If I have the courage to fulfill my intention, thought the old man, the suspicion will fall on the watchman first of all. In the darkness, he groped for the steps and the door and entered the hall of the garden wing, then poked his way into a narrow passage and struck a match. Not a soul was there. Someone's bed, with no bedclothes on it, stood there, and an iron stove loomed dark in the corner. The seals on the door that led into the prisoner's room were unbroken. When the match went out, the old man, trembling from agitation, peeped into the little window. In the prisoner's room, a candle was burning dimly. The prisoner himself sat by the table. Only his back, the hair on his head, and his hands were visible. Open books were strewn about on the table, the two chairs, and on the carpet near the table. 5 minutes passed, and the prisoner never once stirred. 15 years' confinement had taught him to sit motionless. The banker tapped on the window with his finger, but the prisoner made no movement in reply. Then the banker cautiously tore the seals from the door and put the key into the lock. The rusty lock gave a hoarse groan and the door cracked. The banker expected instantly to hear a cry of surprise and the sound of steps. 3 minutes passed and it was as quiet inside as it had been before. He made up his mind to enter. Before the table sat a man, unlike an ordinary human being. It was a skeleton, with tight drawn skin, with long curly hair like a woman's, and a shaggy beard. The color of his face was yellow, of an earthy shade. The cheeks were sunken, the back long and narrow, and the hand upon which he leaned his hairy head was so lean and skinny that it was painful to look upon. His hair was already silvering in grey, and no one who glanced at the senile emaciation of the face would have believed that he was only 40 years old. On the table, before his bended head, lay a sheet of paper on which something was written in a tiny hand. Poor devil, thought the banker. He is asleep and probably seeing millions in his dreams. I have only to take and throw his half-dead thing on bed, smother him a moment with the pillow, and the most careful examination will find no trace of unnatural death. But first, let us read what he has written here. The banker took the sheet from the table and read, "Tomorrow, at 5 o'clock midnight, I shall obtain my freedom and the right to mix with people. But before I leave this room and see the sun, I think it's necessary to say a few words to you. On my own clear conscience, and before God who sees me, I declare you that I despise freedom, life, health, and all of that your books call the blessings of the world. For 15 years, I have diligently studied earthly life. True, I saw neither the earth nor the people. But in your books, I drank fragrant wine, sang songs, hunted deer and wild boar in the forest, loved women, and beautiful women, like clouds, ethereal, created by the magic of your poet's genius, visited me by night and whispered to me wonderful tales, which made my head drunken. In your books, I climbed the summits of Elbrus and Mont Blanc and saw from there how the sun rose in the morning and in the evening suffused the sky, the ocean, and lime mountain ridges with a purple gold. I saw from there how above me lightnings glimmered, cleaving the clouds. I saw green forest, fields, rivers, lakes, cities. I heard sirens singing and the playing of the pipes of Pan. I touched the wings of beautiful devils who came flying to me to speak of God. In your books, I cast myself into bottomless abysses, worked miracles, burned cities to the ground, preached new religions, conquered whole countries. Your books gave me wisdom. All that unwearying human thought created in the centuries is compressed to a little lump in my skull. I know that I am cleverer than you all. And despise your books, despise all worldly blessings and wisdom. Everything is void, frail, visionary, and delusive as a mirage. Though you be proud and wise and beautiful, yet will death bite you from the face of the earth like the mice underground. And your posterity, your history, and the immortality of your men of genius will be as frozen slag, burned down together with a terrestrial globe. You are mad and gone the wrong way. You take falsehood for truth and ugliness for beauty. You would marvel if suddenly apple and orange trees would bear frogs and lizards instead of fruit, and if roses should begin to breathe the odor of a sweating horse. So do I marvel at you, who have bartered heaven for earth. I do not want to understand you, that I may show you, indeed, my contempt for that by which you live. I waive the 2 millions of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which I now despise, that I may deprive myself of my right to them. I shall come out from here 5 minutes before the stipulated term, and thus shall violate the agreement. When he had read, the banker put the sheet on the table, kissed the head of the strange man, and began to weep. He went out of the wing. Never at any other time, not even after his terrible losses on the exchange, had he felt such contempt for himself as now. Coming home, he lay down on his bed, but agitation and tears kept him a long time from sleeping. The next morning, the poor watchman came running to him and told him that they had seen the man who lived in the wing climb through the window into the garden. He had gone to the gate and disappeared. The banker instantly went with his servants to the wing and established the escape of his prisoner. To avoid unnecessary rumors, he took the papers with the renunciation from the table and on his return locked it in his safe. Glossary: a priori, a Latin phrase that means from the earlier. It means using facts or principles that are known to be true in order to decide what the probable effects or results of something will be, For example, saying they haven't eaten anything all day, so they must be hungry. Bottomless pit, hell, frivolous, silly, caprice, a sudden, impulsive, and seemingly unmotivated notion or action. Middling, off middle, medium, or moderate size, degree or quality. Grating, a frame with bars across it that is used to cover an opening. Emaciated, to cause to lose flesh so as to become very thin. Conscientious, meticulous, governed by conscience. Elburz, a mountain range in northern Russia. Mont Blanc, the highest mountain in Alps. Sirens, supernatural beings in Greek mythology, part woman and part bird, who lure people to destruction by their enchanting music. Ethereal, of or relating to the regions beyond the earth. Mirage, something that is seen and appears real, but that is not actually true. Posteriority, future generations. Hideousness, ugly and disgusting. Grope, to feel about or look for something blindly or uncertainly. Stifle, smother, suffocate. Comely, pleasing in appearance. Comprehension questions. Answer the following in a paragraph of about 50 words. You stake your millions and I stake my freedom. Explain. 2. Why is the banker described as spoiled and frivolous? 3. How does the young man spend the first 2 years of his confinement? 4. I despise your books. I despise wisdom and the blessings of this world. Why did the young man write so? 5. How did the lawyer change both in body and in spirit? 6. What was the lawyer's ultimate discovery of life? 7. What destroyed the fortunes of the banker? 8. Why does the banker feel contempt towards himself? 9. Why does the lawyer renounce the bet money? Answer the following in about 100 words. 1. Discuss the various arguments put forth by the men regarding capital punishment and imprisonment for life. 2. Relate the circumstances that led to the bet. 3. What were the terms and conditions of the agreement regarding the lawyer's confinement? 4. How did the young man spend his 15 years of solitary confinement? 5. Describe the lawyer's appearance after his confinement of 15 years. 6. What was the banker's plan to win the bet? Did he succeed? 7. How did the prisoner escape and why? Answer the following in about 300 words. 1. What do you think has the lawyer discovered about life during the period of his confinement? 2. Describe the various phases in the term of the lawyer's imprisonment. 3. To live anyhow is better than not living at all. Discuss the statement in the light of this story. A retrieved reformation, adapted in modern English. O. Henry. About the author. O. Henry, real name William Sidney Porter, 1862 to 1910, is an American writer whose stories are known for wit, wordplay, and clever twist endings. The famous O. Henry twist. He wrote nearly 600 stories about life in America. He was sentenced to 5 years in jail for embezzling funds from the bank that employed him. While in prison, he began writing short stories in order to support his young daughter Margaret. He used a pseudonym, Oliver Henry, only once and changed it to O. Henry, not wanting his readers to know he was in jail. Some of his most well known stories are The Gift of the Maggie, The Last Leaf, The Skylight Room, The Green Door, and The Ransom of Red Chief. First published in the Cosmopolitan magazine, April 1903, a retrieved reformation describes the events which led up to the reformation of an ex-convict. In 1910, dramatist Paul Armstrong adapted the story into a highly successful Broadway play under the title Alias Jimmy Valentine, which ran 155 performances at Wallack's Theatre in New York, and the play was subsequently made into 3 film versions in 1915, 1920, and 1928. The popularity of the story as a motion picture added greatly to the author's work. The character of Jimmy Valentine is taken from life, but there is a close parallel to the leading incident in Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. In the prison shoe shop, Jimmy Valentine was busily at work making shoes. A prison officer came into the shop and led Jimmy to the prison office. There, Jimmy was given an important paper. It said that he was free. Jimmy took the paper without showing much pleasure or interest. He had been sent to prison to stay for 4 years. He had been there for 10 months, but he had expected to stay only 3 months. Jimmy Valentine had many friends outside the prison. A man with so many friends does not expect to stay in prison long. Valentine, said the chief prison officer, you'll go out tomorrow morning. This is your chance. Make a man of yourself. You're not a bad fellow at heart. Stop breaking safes open and live a better life. Me? Said Jimmy in surprise. I never broke open a safe in my life. Oh no! The prison officer laughed. Never. Let's see. How did you happen to get sent to prison for opening that safe in Springfield? Was it because you didn't want to tell where you really were? Perhaps because you were with some lady and you didn't want to tell her name. Or was it because the judge didn't like you? You men always have a reason like that. You never go to prison because you broke off in a safe. Me? Jimmy said. His face still showed surprise. I was never in Springfield in my life. Take him away, said the chief prison officer. Get him the clothes he needs for going outside. Bring him here again at 7 in the morning. And think about what I said, Valentine. At a 7:15 on the morning, Jimmy stood again in the office. He had on some new clothes that did not fit him, and a pair of new shoes that hurt his feet. These are the usual clothes given to a prisoner when he leaves the prison. Next, they gave him money to pay for his trip on a train to the city near the prison. They gave him $5 more. The $5 were supposed to help him become a better man. Then the chief prison officer put out his hand for a handshake. That was the end of Valentine. Prisoner 9762. Mr. James Valentine walked out into the sunshine. He did not listen to the song of the birds, or look at the green trees, or smell the flowers. He went straight to a restaurant. There he tasted the first sweet joys of being free. He had a good dinner. After that, he went to the train station. He gave some money to a blind man who sat there asking for money, and then he got on the train. 3 hours later, he got off the train in a small town. There, he went to the restaurant of Mike Dolan. Mike Dolan was alone there. After shaking his hands, he said, I'm sorry we couldn't do it sooner, Jimmy, my boy. But there was that safe in Springfield, too. It wasn't easy. Feeling all right? Fine, said Jimmy. Is my room waiting for me? He went up and opened the door of a room at the back of the house. Everything was as he had left it. It was here they had found Jimmy when they took him to prison. There on the floor was a small piece of cloth. It had been torn from the cord of the top as Jimmy was fighting to escape. There was a bed against the wall. Jimmy pulled the bed towards the middle of the room. The wall behind it looked like any wall, but now Jimmy found and opened a small door in it. From this opening, he pulled out a dust-covered bag. He opened this and looked lovingly at the tools for breaking open a safe. No finer tools could be found any place. They were complete. Everything needed was here. They had been made of a special material in the necessary sizes and shapes. Jimmy had planned them himself, and he was very proud of them. It had cost him over $900 to have these tools made at a place where they make such things for men who work at the job for safe breaking. In half an hour, Jimmy went downstairs and through the restaurant. He was now dressed in good clothes that fitted him well. He carried his dusted and cleaned bag. "Do you have everything planned?" asked Mike Dolan. "Me?" asked Jimmy, as if surprised. "I don't understand. I work for the New York famous bread and cake makers company, and I sell the best bread and cake in the country." Mike enjoyed these words so much that Jimmy had to take a drink with him. Jimmy had some milk. He never drank anything stronger. A week after, Valentine 9762 left the prison. A safe was broken open in Richmond, Indiana. No one knew who did it. $800 were taken. 2 weeks after that, a safe in Logansport was opened. It was a new kind of safe. It had been made, they said, so strong that no one could break it open. But someone did, and took $1,500. Then a safe in Jefferson City was opened. $5,000 were taken. This loss was the big one. Ben Price was a cop who worked on such important matters, and now he began to work on this. He went to Richmond, Indiana, and to Logansport to see how the safe breaking had been done in those places. He was hurt to say, "I can see that Jim Valentine has been here. He's in business again. Look at the way he opened this one. Everything easy, everything clean. He's the only man who has the tools to do it. And he is the only man who knows how to use tools like this. Yes, I want Mr. Valentine. Next time he goes to prison, he's going to stay there until his time is finished." Then Price knew how Jimmy worked. Jimmy would go from one city to another far away. He always worked alone. He always left quickly when he was finished. He enjoyed being with nice people. For all these reasons, it was not easy to catch Mr. Valentine. People with safes full of money were glad to hear that Ben Price was at work trying to catch Mr. Valentine. One afternoon, Jimmy Valentine and his bag arrived in a small town named Elmore. Jimmy, looking as young as a college boy, walked down the street towards the hotel. A young lady walked across the street, passed him at the corner, and entered a door. Over the door was the sign, "The Elmore Bank." Jimmy Valentine looked into her eyes, forgetting at once what he was. He became another man. She looked away, and brighter color came into her face. Young men like Jimmy did not appear often in Elmore. Jimmy saw a boy near the bank door and began to ask questions about the town. After a time, the young lady came out and went on her way. She seemed not to see Jimmy as she passed him. "Isn't that the young lady Polly Simpson?" asked Jimmy. "No," said the boy. "She is Annabel Adams. Her father owns this bank." Jimmy went to the hotel, where he said his name was Ralph D. Spencer. He got a room there. he told the hotel man he had come to Elmore to go into business. How was the shoe business? Was there already a good shoe shop? The man thought that Jimmy's clothes and manners were fine. He was happy to talk to him. Yes, Elmore needed a good shoe shop. There was no shop that sold just shoes. Shoes were sold in the big shops that sold everything. All business in Elmore was good. He hoped Mr. Spencer would decide to stay in Elmore. It was a pleasant town to live in, and the people were friendly. Mr. Spencer said he would stay in the town a few days and learn something about it. No, he said he himself would carry his bag up to his room. He didn't want a boy to take it. It was very heavy. Mr. Ralph Spencer remained in Elmore. He started a shoe shop. Business was good. Also, he made many friends, and he was successful with the wish of his heart. He met Annabel Adams. He liked her better every day. At the end of the year, everyone in Elmore liked Mr. Ralph Spencer. His shoe shop was doing very good business, and he and Annabel were going to be married in 2 weeks. Mr. Adams, the small town banker, liked Spencer. Annabel was very proud of him. He seemed already to belong to the Adams family. One day, Jimmy sat down in his room to write this letter, which he sent to one of his old friends. Dear old friend, I want you to meet me at Sullivan's place next week on the evening of the 10th. I want to give you my tools. I know you will be glad to have them. You couldn't buy them for $1,000. I finished with the old business a year ago. I have a nice shop. I am living a better life, and I am going to marry the best girl on earth 2 weeks from now. It's the only life. I wouldn't ever touch another man's money. After I marry, I am going to go further west, where I'll never see anyone who knew me in my old life. I tell you, she's a wonderful girl. She trusts me. Your old friend, Jimmy. On the Monday night after Jimmy sent this letter, Ben Price arrived quietly in Elmore. He moved slowly about the town in his quiet way and learned all that he wanted to know. Standing inside a shop, he watched Ralph T. Spencer walk by. "You're going to marry the banker's daughter, are you, Jimmy?" said Ben to himself. "I don't feel sure about that." The next morning, Jimmy was at the Adams house. He was going to a nearby city that day to buy new clothes for the wedding. He was also going to buy a gift for Annabel. It would be his first trip out of Elmore. It was more than a year now since he had done any safe breaking. Most of the Adams family went to the bank together that morning. There were Mr. Adams, Annabel, Jimmy, and Annabel's married sister with her two little girls, aged 5 and 9. They passed Jimmy's hotel, and Jimmy ran up to his room and brought along his bag. Then they went to the bank. All went inside. Jimmy, too, for he was one of the family. Everyone in the bank was glad to see the good-looking, nice young man who was going to marry Annabel. Jimmy put down his bag. Annabel, laughing, put Jimmy's hat on her head and picked up the bag. "How do I look?" she asked. "Ralph, how heavy this bag is! It feels full of gold." "It's full of some things I don't need in my shop," Jimmy said. "I'm taking them to the city, to the place where they came from. That saves me the cost of sending them. I'm going to be a married man. I must learn to save money." The Elmore Bank had a new safe. Mr. Adams was very proud of it, and he wanted everyone to see it. It was as large as a small room, and it had a very special door. The door was controlled by a clock. Using the clock, the banker planned the time when the door should open. At other times, no one, not even the banker himself, could open it. He explained about it to Mr. Spencer. Mr. Spencer seemed interested, but he did not seem to understand very easily. The two children, May and Agatha, enjoyed seeing the shining heavy door with all its special parts. While they were busy like this, Ben Price entered the bank and looked around. He told a young man who worked there that he had not come on business. He was waiting for a man. Suddenly there was a cry from the woman. They had not been washing the children. May, the 9-year-old girl, had playfully but firmly closed the door of the safe, and Agatha was inside. The old banker tried to open the door. He pulled at it for a moment. "The door can be opened," he cried. "And the clock, it hadn't started it yet." Agatha's mother cried out again. "Quiet!" said Mr. Adams, raising a shaking hand. "All be quiet for a moment. Agatha," he called as loudly as he could, "listen to me." They could hear, but not clearly, the sound of the child's voice. In the darkness inside the safe, she was wild with fear. "My baby!" her mother cried. "She will die of fear. Open the door. Break it open. Can't you men do something?" "There isn't a man nearer than the city who can open that door," said Mr. Adams in a shaking voice. "My God, Spencer, what shall we do? That child, she can't live long in there. There isn't enough air, and the fear will kill her." Agatha's mother, wild too now, beat on the door with her hands. Annabel turned to Jimmy, her large eyes full of pain, but with some hope too. A woman thinks that the man she loves can somehow do anything. Can't you do something, Ralph? Try, won't you? He looked at her with a strange, soft smile on his lips and his eyes. Annabel, he said, give me that flower you are wearing, will you? She could not believe that she had really hurt him. But she put the flower in his hand. Jimmy took it and put it where he could not lose it. He pulled off his coat. With that act, Ralph D. Spencer passed away and Jimmy Valentine took his place. Stand away from the door, all of you, he commanded. He put his bag on the table and opened it flat. From that time on, he seemed to know that anyone else was near. Quickly, he laid the shining strange tools on the table. The others watched as if they had lost the power to move. In a minute, Jimmy was at work on the door. In 10 minutes, faster than he had ever done it before, he had the door open. Agatha was taken into her mother's arms. Jimmy Valentine put on his coat, picked up the flower, and walked towards the front door. As he went, he thought he heard a voice call, "Ralph!" He did not stop. At the door, a big man stood in his way. "Hello, Ben," said Jimmy, still with his strange smile. "You are here at last, are you? Let's go. I don't care now." And then Ben Price acted rather strangely. "I guess you're wrong about this, Mr. Spencer," he said. "I don't believe I know you, do I?" And Ben Price turned and walked slowly down the street. Glossary: assiduously, in a hard-working and attentive way, diligently. Pardon, an official document granting forgiveness. Stir, prison. Alibi, a claim or piece of evidence that one was elsewhere when an act, typically a criminal one, is alleged to have taken place. Virtuous, having moral excellence. Rehabilitate, to put into good condition again. Balked, refused. Augers, tools used for making holes. Amalgamated, blended, joined. Clemency, mercy, leniency. Confederates, associates. Retribution, revenge. Elusive, tending to avoid or escape, especially by slyness. Guile, deceit, dishonesty. Gilded, ornamented, attractive in response. Captivate, capture the attention of. Fascinate. Unobtrusively, in an unnoticed manner. Livery, the business of renting out horses and carriages. Buggy, a horse-drawn carriage for two persons, open but with a folding top. Sauntered, walked about idly, strolled. Convulsions, a violent, involuntary spasm of the muscles. Burglario, pertaining to burglary. Comprehension questions. Answer the following in a paragraph of about 50 words. 1. What advice does the warden give Jimmy just before he is released from prison? 2. Why does Jimmy change his mind about robbing the bank at Elmore? 3. Comment on the business that Jimmy plans to open at Elmore. 4. How did Ralph Spencer fare at the end of the year? 5. What was the sudden commotion that was created in the bank? 6. What is the moral of the story? Answer the following in about 100 words each. 1. How does Ben Price investigate and conclude that the multiple safe burglaries were done by Jimmy? 2. Ben Price knew Jimmy's habits. What were his habits? 3. How did Ralph rescue the child trapped in the new safe? 4. Why did not Ben Price arrest Jimmy but let him go free? 5. What are the contents of the letter Jimmy wrote to his friend? 6. Comment on the significance of the title A Retrieved Reformation. Answer the following in about 300 words each. 1. Who shows greater courage at the end of the story? Jimmy or Ben Price? 2. Write a note on the transformation of Jimmy into Mr. Spencer. The Remarkable Rocket. Oscar Wilde. About the author. Oscar Wilde, 1854 to 1900, is an Anglo-Irish novelist, playwright, poet and critic, and a celebrity in late 19th century London. He is regarded as one of the greatest playwrights of the Victorian era. He produced a string of 8 extremely popular comedies, including Lady Windermere's Fan, 1892, An Ideal Husband, 1895, and The Importance of Being Earnest, 1895, and one tragedy, Salome, 1891. Besides, he wrote one novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, 1891, numerous poems, short stories, and essays. Wilde was a proponent of the aesthetic movement, which emphasized aesthetic values more than moral or social themes. This doctrine is most clearly summarized in the phrase art for art's sake. Besides literary accomplishments, he is also famous, or perhaps infamous, for his wit, flamboyance, and affairs with men. He was tried and imprisoned for his homosexual relationship, then considered a crime, with the son of an aristocrat. First published in 1888, The Remarkable Rocket is a short comic fantasy story. It deals with such themes as self importance, loneliness, failure, ego, and delusion. The title character and protagonist of the story is the firework who has a highly inflated opinion of himself. However, he fails to fulfill his only function, that of entertaining people, by rising up into the air and exploding in front of an audience. The story contains a good deal of the kind of witty social commentary for which Oscar Wilde is famous. A very faithful 24-minute animated adaptation of The Remarkable Rocket was made by Potron Productions of Canada and released in 1975. The king's son was going to be married, so there were general rejoicings. He had waited a whole year for his bride, and at last she had arrived. She was a Russian princess and had driven all the way from Finland in a sledge drawn by 6 reindeer. The sledge was shaped like a great golden swan, and between the swan's wings lay the little princess herself. Her long ermine cloak reached right down to her feet. On her head was a tiny cap of silver tissue, and she was as pale as the snow palace in which she had always lived. So pale was she that as she drove through the streets, all the people wondered. "She is like a white rose," they cried, and they threw down flowers on her from the balconies. At the gate of the castle, the prince was waiting to receive her. He had dreamy violet eyes, and his hair was like fine gold. When he saw her, he sank upon one knee and kissed her hand. "Your picture was beautiful," he murmured, "but you are more beautiful than your picture." And the little princess blushed. "She was like a white rose before," said a young page to his neighbor, "but she is like a red rose now." And the whole court was delighted. For the next 3 days, everybody went about saying, "White rose, red rose, red rose, white rose." And the king gave orders that the page's salary was to be doubled. As he received no salary at all, this was not of much use to him, but it was considered a great honor and was duly published in Court Gazette. When the 3 days were over, the marriage was celebrated. It was a magnificent ceremony, and the bride and bridegroom walked hand in hand under a canopy of purple velvet embroidered with little pearls. Then there was a state banquet, which lasted for 5 hours. The prince and princess sat at the top of a great hall and drank out a cup of clear crystal. Only true lovers could drink out of this cup, for if false lips touched it, it grew grey and dull and cloudy. It is quite clear that they love each other, said the little page, as clear as crystal. And the king doubled his salary a second time. What an honor! Cried all the courtiers. After the banquet, there was to be a ball. The bride and bridegroom were to dance the rose dance together, and the king had promised to play the flute. He played very badly, but no one had ever dared to tell him so because he was the king. Indeed, he only knew two airs and was never quite certain which one he was playing. But it made no matter, for whatever he did, everybody cried out, "Charming! Charming!" The last item on the program was a grand display of fireworks, to be let off exactly at midnight. The little princess had never seen a firework in her life, so the king had given orders that the royal pyrotechnist should be in attendance on the day of her marriage. "What are fireworks like?" she had asked the prince one morning as she was walking on the terrace. "They are like the aurora borealis," said the king, who always answered questions that were addressed to other people, only much more natural. "I prefer them to stars myself, as you always know when they are going to appear, and they are as delightful as my own flute playing. You must certainly see them." So, at the end of the king's garden, a great stand had been set up, and as soon as the royal pyrotechnist had put everything in its proper place, the fireworks began to talk to each other. "The world is certainly very beautiful," cried a little squib. "Just look at those yellow tulips. Why, if they were real crackers, they could not be lovelier. I am very glad I have traveled. Travel improves the mind wonderfully and does away with all one's prejudices." "The king's garden is not the world, you foolish squib," said a big Roman candle. "The world is an enormous place, and it would take you 3 days to see it thoroughly." "Any place you love is the world to you," exclaimed a pensive Catherine Wheel, who had been attached to an old deal box in early life, and prided herself on her broken heart. But love is not fashionable anymore. The poets have killed it. They wrote so much about it that nobody believed them, and I am not surprised. True love suffers and is silent. I remember myself once, but it is no matter now. Romance is a thing of the past. "Nonsense," said the Roman candle. "Romance never dies. It's like the moon and lives forever. The bride and the bridegroom, for instance, love each other very dearly. I heard all about them this morning from a brown paper cottage who happened to be staying in the same drawer as myself and knew the latest Scott news. But the Catherine Wheel shook her head. Romance is dead. Romance is dead. Romance is dead, she murmured. She was one of those people who think that if you say the same thing over and over a great many times, it becomes true in the end. Suddenly, a sharp, dry cough was heard, and all they looked around. It came from a tall, supercilious-looking rocket who was tied to the end of a long stick. He always coughed before he made any observation, so as to attract attention. Ahem, ahem, he said, and everybody listened except the poor Catherine Wheel, who was still shaking her head and murmuring, "Romance is dead." "Order, order!" cried out a cracker. He was something of a politician, and had always taken a prominent part in the local elections. So he knew the proper parliamentary expressions to use. "Quite dead," whispered the Catherine Wheel, and she went off to sleep. As soon as there was perfect silence, the rocket coughed a third time and began. He spoke with a very slow, distant voice, as if he was dictating his memories, and always looked over the shoulder of the person to whom he was talking. In fact, he had a most distinguished manner. "How fortunate it is for the king's son," he remarked, "that he is to be married on the very day on which I am to be let off. Really, if it had been arranged beforehand, I could not have turned out better for him. But princes are always lucky." "Dear me," said the little squib, "I thought it was quite the other way, and that we were to be let off in the prince's honor." "It may be so with you," he answered. "Indeed, I have no doubt that it is. But with me, it's different. I am a very remarkable rocket, and come of remarkable parents. My mother was the most celebrated Catherine Wheel of her day, and was renowned for her graceful dancing. When she made her great public appearance, she spun round 19 times before she went out, and each time that she did so, she threw into the air 7 pink stars. She was 3 feet and a half in diameter, and made of the very best gunpowder. My father was a rocket myself, and of French extraction. He flew so high that the people were afraid that he would never come down again. He did though, for he was of a kindly disposition, and he made a most brilliant descent in a shower of golden rain. The newspapers wrote about his performance in a very flattering terms. Indeed, the Court Gazette called him a triumph of pyrotechnic art. "Pyrotechnic, pyrotechnic you mean?" said the Bengalite. "I know it is pyrotechnic, for I saw it written on my own canister." "Well, I said pyrotechnic," answered the rocket, in a severe tone of voices, and the Bengal light felt so crushed that he began at once to bully the little squibs in order to show that he was still a person of some importance. I was saying, continued the rocket, I was saying, what was I saying? You were talking about yourself, replied the Roman candle. Of course! I knew I was discussing some interesting subject when I was so rudely interrupted. I hate rudeness and bad manners of every kind, for I am extremely sensitive. No one in the whole world is so sensitive as I am. I am quite sure of that. What's a sensitive person? Said the cracker to the Roman candle. A person who, because he has cons himself, always treads on other people's toes, answered the Roman candle in a low whisper, and the cracker nearly exploded with laughter. Pray, what are you laughing at? Inquired the rocket. I'm not laughing. I'm laughing because I'm happy, replied the cracker. That is a very selfish reason, said the rocket angrily. What right have you to be happy? You should be thinking about others. In fact, you should be thinking about me. I am always thinking about myself, and I expect everybody else to do the same. This is what is called sympathy. It's a beautiful virtue, and I possess it in high degree. Suppose, for instance, anything happened to me tonight. What a misfortune that would be ever for everyone. The prince and princess would never be happy again. Their whole married life would be spoiled. And as for the king, I know he would not get over it. Really, when I begin to reflect on the importance of my position, I am almost moved to tears. If you want to give pleasure to others, cried the Roman candle, you had better keep yourself dry. Certainly, exclaimed the Bengal light, who was now in better spirits. That is only common sense. Common sense, indeed, said the rocket indignantly. You forget that I am very uncommon and very remarkable. Why, anybody can have common sense, provided that they have no imagination. But I have imagination, for I never think of things as they really are. I always think of them as being quite different. As for keeping myself dry, there is evidently no one here who can at all appreciate an emotional nature. Fortunately for myself, I don't care. The only thing that sustains one through life is the consciousness of the immense inferiority of everybody else. And this is a feeling that I have always cultivated. But none of you have any hurts. Here you're laughing and making merry just as if the prince and princess had not just been married. Well, really, exclaimed a small fire balloon. Why not? It is the most joyful occasion when I soar up into the air. I intend to tell the stars all about it. You'll see them twinkle when I talk to them about the pretty bride. Ah, what a trivial view of life! said the rocket. But it is only what I expected. There is nothing in you. You are hollow and empty. Why? Perhaps the prince and princess may go to live in a country where there is a deep river, and perhaps they may have only one son, a little fair haired boy with violet eyes like the prince himself. And perhaps some day he may go out to walk with his nurse, and perhaps the nurse may go to sleep under a great elder tree, and perhaps the little boy may fall into the deep river and be drowned. What a terrible misfortune! Poor people, to lose their only son. It is really too dreadful. I shall never get over it. But they have not lost their only son, said the Roman candle. No misfortune has happened to them at all. I never said that they had, replied the rocket. I said that they might. If they had lost their only son, there would be no use in saying anything about the matter. I hate people who cry over spilt milk. But when I think that they might lose their only son, I certainly am very much affected. You certainly are, cried the Bengal light. In fact, you are the most affected person I ever met. You are the rudest person I ever met, said the rocket, and you cannot understand my friendship for the prince. Why, you don't even know him, growled the Roman candle. I never said I know him, answered the rocket. I dare say that if I knew him, I should not be friend at all. It is a very dangerous thing to know one's friends. You had really better keep yourself dry, said the fire balloon. That's the important thing. Very important for you, I have no doubt, answered the rocket. But I shall weep if I choose. And he actually burst into real tears, which flowed down his stick like raindrops, and nearly drowned into little beetles who were just thinking of setting up house together and were looking for a nice dry spot to live in. He must have a truly romantic nature, said the Catherine wheel, for he weeps when there is nothing at all to weep about. And she heaved a deep sigh and thought about the deal box. But the Roman candle and the Bengal light were quite indignant and kept saying, "Humbug! Humbug!" at the top of their voices. They were extremely practical, and whenever they objected to anything, they called it humbug. Then the moon rose like a wonderful silver shield, and the stars began to shine, and a sound of music came from the palace. The prince and princess were leading the dance. They danced so beautifully that the tall white lilies peeped in at the window and watched them, and the great red poppies nodded their heads and beat time. Then 10 o'clock struck, and then 11, and then 12, and at the last stroke of midnight everyone came out on the terrace, and the king sent for the royal pyrotechnist. "Let the fireworks begin," said the king, and the royal pyrotechnist made a low bow and marched down to the end of the garden. He had 6 attendants with him, each of whom carried a lighted torch at the end of a long pole. It was certainly a magnificent display. Whiz! Whiz! Went the Catherine wheel as she spun round and round. Boom! Boom! Went the Roman candle. Then the squibs danced all over the place, and the Bengal lights made everything look scarlet. "Goodbye!" cried the fire balloon as he soared away, dropping tiny blue sparks. "Bang! Bang!" answered the crackers, who were enjoying themselves immensely. Everyone was a great success except the remarkable rocket. He was so damp with crying that he could not go off at all. The best thing in him was the gunpowder, and that was so wet with tears that it was of no use. All his poor relations, to whom he would never speak except with a sneer, shot up into the sky like wonderful golden flowers with blossoms of fire. "Huzzah! Huzzah!" cried the court, and the little princess laughed with pleasure. "I suppose they are reserving me for some grand occasion," said the rocket. "No doubt that is what it means." And he looked more supercilious than ever. The next day the workmen came to put everything tidy. "This is evidently a deputation," said the rocket. "I'll receive them with becoming dignity." So he put his nose in the air and began to frown severely as if he were thinking about some very important subject. But they took no notice of him at all till they were just going away. Then one of them caught sight of him. "Hello!" he cried. "What a bad rocket!" And he threw him over the wall into the ditch. "Bad rocket? Bad rocket?" he said as he whirled through the air. "Impossible! Grand rocket!" This is what the man said. Bad and grand sound very much the same. Indeed, they are often the same. And he fell into the mud. "It's not comfortable here," he remarked, "but no doubt it is some fashionable watering place, and they have sent me away to recruit my health. My nerves are certainly very much shattered, and I require rest." Then a little frog with bright jeweled eyes and a green moted coat swam up to him. "A new arrival, I see," said the frog. "Well, after all there is nothing like mud. Give me rainy weather and a ditch, and I am quite happy. Do you think it will be a wet afternoon?" "I am sure I hope so, but the sky is quite blue and cloudless." "What a pity." Said the rocket and began to cough. "What a delightful voice you have." cried the frog. Really? It is quite like a croak, and croaking is, of course, the most musical sound in the world. You'll hear our glee club this evening. We sit in the old duck pond close by the farmer's house, and as soon as the moon rises, we begin. It is so entrancing that everybody lies awake to listen to us. In fact, it was only yesterday that I heard the farmer's wife say to her mother that she could not get a wink of sleep at night on account of us. It is most gratifying to find oneself so popular. Ahem, said the rocket angrily. He was very much annoyed that he could not get a word in. A delightful voice, certainly, continued the frog. I hope you will come over to the duck pond. I am off to look for my daughters. I have 6 beautiful daughters, and I am so afraid the pike may eat them. He is a perfect monster and would have no hesitation in breakfasting off them. Well, goodbye. I have enjoyed our conversation very much, I assure you. Conversation? Indeed, said the rocket. You have talked the whole time yourself. That is not conversation. Somebody must listen, answered the frog, and I like to do all the talking myself. It saves time and prevents arguments. But I like arguments, said the rocket. I hope not, said the rocket complacently. Arguments are extremely vulgar, for somebody in good society holds exactly the same opinions. Goodbye a second time. I see my daughters in a distance. And the little frog swam away. You're a very irritating person, said the rocket, and very ill-bred. I hate people who talk about themselves as you do when one wants to talk about oneself as I do. It is what I call selfishness, and selfishness is a most detestable thing, especially to anyone of my temperament, for I am well known for my sympathetic nature. In fact, you should take example by me. You could possibly have a better model. Now that you have the chance, you had better avail yourself of it, for I am going back to court almost immediately. I am a great favorite at the court. In fact, Prince and Princess were married yesterday in my honor. Of course, you know nothing of these matters, for you are a provincial. There's no good talking to him, said a dragonfly, who was sitting on the top of a large brown bulrush. No good at all, for he has gone away. Well, that is his loss, not mine, answered the rocket. I am not going to stop talking to him merely because he pays no attention. I like hearing myself talk. It is one of my greatest pleasures. I often have long conversations all by myself, and am so clever that sometimes I don't understand a single word of what I'm saying. Then you should certainly lecture on philosophy, said the dragonfly, and he spread a pair of lovely girl's wings and soared away into the sky. How very silly of him not to stay here, said the rocket. I am sure that he has not often got such a chance of improving his mind. However, I don't care, and he sank down a little deeper into the mud. After some time, a large white duck swam up to him. She had yellow legs and webbed feet and was considered a great beauty on account of her waddle. Quack, 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 she said. What a curious shape you are! May I ask, were you born like that? Or is it the result of an accident? It's quite evident that you always have lived in the country, answered the rocket. Otherwise, you would know who I am. However, I excuse your ignorance. It would be unfair to expect other people to be as remarkable as oneself. You will no doubt be surprised to hear that I can fly up into the sky and come down in a golden shower of rain. I don't think much of that, said the duck, as I cannot see what use is it to anyone. Now, if you could plough the fields like the ox, or draw a cart like the horse, or to look after the sheep like the collie dog, that would be something. My good creature, cried the rocket in a very haughty tone of voice. I see that you belong to the lower orders. A person of my position is never useful. We have certain accomplishments, and that is more than sufficient. I have no sympathy myself with industry of any kind, least of all with such industries as you seem to recommend. Indeed, I have always been of opinion that hard work is simply the refuge of people who have nothing whatever to do. Well, well, said the duck, who was of a very peaceable disposition and never quarrelled with anyone. Everybody has different taste. I hope, at any rate, that you are going to take up your residence here. Oh dear, no, cried the rocket. I am merely a visitor, a distinguished visitor. The fact is that I find this place rather tedious. There is neither society here nor solitude. In fact, it is certainly suburban. I shall probably go back to court, for I know that I am destined to make a sensation in the world. I had thoughts of entering public life once myself, answered the duck. There are so many things that need reforming. Indeed, I took the chair at a meeting some time ago, and we passed resolutions condemning everything that we did not like. However, they did not seem to have much effect. Now I go in for domesticity and look after my family. I am made for public life, said the rocket, and so are all my relations, even the humblest of them. Whenever we appear, we excite great attention. I have not actually appeared myself, but when I do, so it will be a magnificent sight. As for domesticity, it ages one rapidly and distracts one mind from higher things. Ah, the higher things of life! How fine they are, said the duck. And that reminds me how hungry I feel. And she swam away down the stream, saying, quack, quack, quack. Come back! Come back! Screamed the rocket. I have a great deal to say to you. But the duck paid no attention to him. I'm so glad that she has gone, he said to himself. She has a decidedly middle class mind. And he sank a little deeper still into the mud and began to think about the loneliness of a genius. When suddenly, two little boys in the white smokes came running down the bank with a kettle and some faggots. This must be the deputation, said the Rocket, and he tried to look very dignified. Hello! Cried one of the boys. Look at this old stick! I wonder how it came here. And he picked the Rocket out of the ditch. Old stick? Said the Rocket. Impossible! Gold stick! That is what he said. Gold stick is very complimentary. In fact, he mistakes me for one of the court dignitaries. Let us put it into the fire, said the other boy. It will help to boil the kettle. So they piled up the faggots together and put the Rocket on the top and lit the fire. This is magnificent, cried the Rocket. They are going to let me off in broad daylight so that everyone can see me. We will go to sleep now, they said, and when we wake up, the kettle will be boiled. And they lay down on the grass and shut their eyes. The Rocket was very damp, so he took a long time to burn. At last, however, the fire caught him. Now I am going off, he cried, and he made himself very stiff and straight. I know I shall go much higher than the stars, much higher than the moon, much higher than the sun. In fact, I shall go so high that fizz, 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 and he went straight up into the air. Delightful, he cried. I shall go on like this forever. What a success I am! But nobody saw him. Then he began to feel a curious tingling sensation all over him. Now I am going to explode, he cried. I shall set the whole world on fire and make such a noise that nobody will talk about anything else for a whole year. And he certainly did explode. Bang, bang, bang went the gunpowder. There was no doubt about it. But nobody heard him, not even the two little boys, for they were sound asleep. Then all that was left of him was the stick, and this fell down on the back of a goose who was taking a walk by the side of the ditch. Good heavens! cried the goose. It is going to rain sticks! And she rushed into the water. I knew I should create a great sensation, gasped the Rocket, and he went out. Glossary. Sledge, a vehicle on runners for conveying loads or passengers over snow or ice, often pulled by draught animals. Pyrotechnics, a firework display. Canopy, an ornamental cloth covering hung or held up over something, especially a throne or bed. Ermine, a stout-bodied moth that has cream or white wings with black spots. Squib, a small firework that burns with a hissing sound before exploding. Frown, furrow one's brows in an expression indicating disapproval, displeasure, or concentration. Complacent, showing smug or uncritical satisfaction with oneself or one's achievements. Indignant, feeling or showing anger or annoyance at what is perceived as unfair treatment. Quack, the characteristic harsh sound made by a duck. Answer the following in a paragraph of about 50 words. 1. How did the page try to impress the prince? What reward did he get? 2. What does the author tell about the king's talent of playing the flute? 3. How does the rocket introduce himself? 4. Why does the cracker laugh at the rocket? 5. What does the Roman candle and the Bengal light advise the rocket? 6. Why does the Bengal light call the rocket the most affected person ever met? 7. What did the workmen who come to clean the coat do to the rocket? 8. Comment on the attitude of the frog towards the rocket. 9. What does the dragonfly remind the rocket? 10. What does the duck reminiscing about her own brief stint in public life and politics? 11. What was the final fate of the rocket? Answer the following in about 100 words. 1. Comment on the setting of the story. 2. Sketch the character of the rocket. 3. Comment on the conversation taking place among the rocket, Roman candle, squib, and Catherine wheel. 4. Describe the conflict of opinions between the rocket and the Bengal light. 5. What did the rocket do during fireworks? Why? 6. Comment on the encounter of the rocket with the frog. 7. How does the rocket try to belittle the duck? What was the duck's reaction? 8. What do the boys do with the rocket? 9. What is the significance of the title of the story? Answer the following in about 300 words. 1. The pursuit of fame, his vanity, and his delusion have caused the rocket the single thing that mattered to him, being widely seen and admired. Elaborate. 2. While this, the remarkable rocket is a witty social commentary on aristocratic vanity. Discuss. 3. While this, the remarkable rocket is a humorous tale on self-perception and reality. Explain. Two Gentlemen of Verona. A.J. Cronin. A.J. Cronin, 1896 to 1974, was a doctor by training. He practiced medicine in Wales and in London. It was while recovering from a breakdown in health that he wrote his first novel, Hatter's Castle. It was a huge success. Cronin gave up practicing medicine and took to writing as a career. He wrote a number of novels and short stories. Among his best known novels are The Citadel, The Key of the Kingdom, and The Spanish Gardener. Some of his novels have been made into successful films. The title of the story is that one of the early plays of Shakespeare. The story recounts the hard life chosen by two young boys so that they could pay for the treatment of their sister afflicted with tuberculosis. The boys sacrifice their sincerity and devotion to the cause, and the maturity they display in their actions give a new hope for humanity. As we drove through the foothills of the Alps, two small boys stopped us on the outskirts of Verona. They were selling wild strawberries, big scarlet berries that looked delicious against the dark green leaves lining the wicker basket. "Don't buy," warned Luigi, our cautious driver. "You will get much better fruits in Verona. Besides, these boys." He shrugged his shoulders to convey his disapproval of their shabby appearance. One boy had worn a jersey and cut-off khaki shorts. The other a shortened army tunic gathered in loose folds about his skinny frame. Yet, gazing at the two little figures with their brown skins, tangled hair, and dark, earnest eyes, we felt ourselves strangely attracted. My companion spoke to the boys, discovered that they were brothers. Nicola, the elder, was 13. Jacopo, who barely came up to the door handle of the car, was nearly 12. We bought their biggest basket, then set off towards town. Verona is a lovely city, rich in history, with quiet medieval streets and splendid buildings of an exquisite pale honey color. Romeo and Juliet are reputed to have lived there. Bombed in the recent war, it has lost its bridges, but not its gaiety or charm. The next morning, coming out of our hotel, we drew up short. There, bent over shoe cleaning boxes beside the fountain in the public square, doing a brisk business, were our two young friends of the previous afternoon. We watched for a few moments. Then a trade slackened. We went over. They greeted us with friendly faces. "I thought you picked fruits for a living," I said. "We do many things, sir," Nicola answered seriously. He glanced at us hopefully. "Often we show visitors through the town, to Juliet's tomb and other places of interest." "All right," I smiled. You, take us along. As we made the rounds, my interest was again provoked by their remarkable demeanor. They were childish enough and in many ways quite artless. Jacopo, although his lips were paler than they should have been, was as lively as a squirrel. Nicola's smile was steady and engaging. Yet in both there was a seriousness which one respected, an air of purpose far beyond their years. In the week that followed, we saw them frequently, for they proved extremely useful to us. If we wanted a pack of American cigarettes, or seats for the opera, or the name of the restaurant that could provide good ravioli, Nicola and Jacopo could be relied upon to satisfy our needs with their usual cheerful competence. What struck one most was their unremitting willingness to work. During these summer days, under the hot sun, and in the long evenings when the air blew chill from the mountains, they cleaned shoes, sold fruits, hawked newspapers, conducted tourists round the town, ran errands, exploited every avenue which the troubled economy of the town left open to them. One night we came upon them in the windy and deserted square. Resting on the stone pavement beneath the pale arc lights, Nicola sat upright, his face drawn from fatigue. A bundle of newspapers lay at his feet, while Jacopo, his head pillowed upon his brother's shoulder, was asleep. It was nearly midnight. "Why are you out so late, Nicola?" He started sharply as I spoke, but now he gave me his quiet, independent glance. "Waiting for the last bus from Padua. We shall sell all our newspapers when it comes in." "Why must you keep at it so hard? You both look rather tired." "We're not complaining, sir." His tone, while perfectly polite, discouraged further inquiry. But next morning, when I went over to the fountain to have my shoes cleaned, I said, "Nicola, the way you and Jacopo work, you must earn quite a bit. You spend nothing on clothes. You eat little enough. When I see you having a meal, it's usually black bread and figs. Tell me, what do you do with your money?" He colored deeply under his sunburn, then grew pale. His gaze fell to the ground. "You must be saving up to immigrate to America," I suggested. He looked at me sideways, then spoke with an effort. "We should greatly like to go to the States, but here at present we have other plans." "What plans?" He smiled uncomfortably with that remote air which never failed to baffle me. "Just plans, sir," he answered in a low voice. "Well," I said, "we are leaving on Monday. Is there anything I can do for you before we go? Nicola shook his head, but suddenly Jacopo's nostrils quivered like a puppy's and he piped up eagerly. Sir, he burst out, every Sunday we make a visit to the country. But Polita, 30 kilometers from here. Usually we hire bicycles. But tomorrow, since you're so kind, you might send us in your car. I had already told Luigi he might have his Sunday off. However, I answered, I'll drive you myself. There was a pause. Nicola was glaring at his brother in vexation. We could not think of troubling you, sir. It won't be any trouble. He bit his lip, then, in a rather put off tone, he said, Very well. The following afternoon, we drove to a tiny, picturesque village set high upon the hills side amidst sheltering chestnut groves with a few pines on the upper slopes and a deep blue lake beneath. I imagined that our destination would be some humble dwelling. But, directed by Jacopo's shrill treble, we drew up at a large, red-roofed villa surrounded by a high wall. I could scarcely believe my eyes, and before I could recover my breath, 2 passengers had leaped nimbly from the car. We should not be long, sir. Perhaps only an hour. Maybe you'd like to go to the cafe in the village for a drink? They disappeared. When a few minutes had elapsed, I followed. I found a grilled side entrance and determinedly rang the bell. A pleasant-looking woman with a ruddy complexion and steel-rimmed spectacles appeared. I blinked as I saw she was dressed as a nurse. I have just brought 2 small boys here. Ah, yes. Her face lit up. She opened the door to admit me. Nicola and Jacopo, I'll take you up. She led me through a cool tiled vestibule into the hospital. For a hospital, the villa had become. We traversed a waxed and polished corridor. On the threshold of a cubicle, the nurse put her finger into her lips, and with a smile made me look through the glass partition. The 2 boys were seated at the bedside of a girl of about 20, who propped up on a bedside pillows, wearing a pretty lace jacket, was listening to their chatter, her eyes soft and tender. Despite the faint flush high upon her cheekbones and the pure inertness of her posture, one could discern at a glance her resemblance to her brothers. Won't you go in? The nurse murmured. Lucia will be pleased to see you. I shook my head and turned away. I felt I could not bear to intrude upon this family party. But at the foot of the staircase, I drew up and begged her to tell me all she knew about the boys. She was eager to do so. They were, she explained, quiet alone in the world, except for the sister, Lucia. Their father, a widower, a well-known singer at La Scala, had been killed in the early part of the war. Shortly after, a bomb had destroyed their home and thrown the three children on the streets. They had always known a comfortable and cultured life. Lucia had herself been training as a singer, and they had suffered horribly from near starvation and exposure to the cold Veronese winter. For months they had been barely kept themselves alive in a sort of shelter they had built with their own hands amidst the rubble. Then the German Allied Guard established headquarters in Verona and for 3 dreadful years ruled the city with ruthless severity. The boy grew to hate those harsh, unwanted masters, and when the resistance movement began secretly to form, they were amongst the first to join. It was not a matter of playing war. Their extreme youth and significant size, added to an intimate knowledge of the neighboring hills, made them immensely valuable. The good nurse broke off, her eyes moist. Then, with even deeper feeling, she went on. I need not tell you how fine they were, these infants. How they went in the darkness through the mountain passes with letters in their shoes which might cause them to be shot. And when it was all over and we had peace at last, they came back to their beloved sister, and they found her suffering from tuberculosis of the spine. She paused. She took a quick breath. Did they give up? I do not have to answer that question. They brought her here, persuaded us to take her into the hospital. In the 12 months she has been our patient, she has made good progress. There is every hope that one day she will walk again and sing again. Of course, everything is so difficult now. Food so scarce and dear, we could not keep going unless we charged a fee. But every week Lucia's brothers have made their payment. She added, I don't know what they do. I do not ask. Work is scarce in Verona. But whatever it is, I know they do it well. Yes, I agreed. They couldn't do it better. I waited outside until the boys joined me, then drove them back to the city. They sat behind me, not speaking, in a mood of quiet contentment. For my part, I did not say a word. I knew they would prefer to feel that they had kept their secret safely. Yet this silent epic of youthful devotion had touched me deeply. War, with its attendant horrors, had not broken their spirit, and if an untimely maturity had been forced upon them, at least They had accepted it with dignity and courage. Their selfless action brought a new nobility to human life, gave promise of a greater hope for human society. Glossary: Wicker, made of twigs. Scarlet, red. Jersey, close-fitting woolen upper garment. Tunic, loose armless outer garment. Drew up short, stopped suddenly. Brisk, lively, active. Slackened, slowed down. Demeanor, behavior. Artless, simple and honest, not cunning. Opera, a musical drama. Ravioli, Italian dish containing pasta with meat or cheese. Unremitting, never failing. Fig, small, edible, pear-shaped fruit. Baffle, puzzle, confuse. Pipe up, spoke up. Run errands, to go out to buy or do something. Vexation, anger and annoyance. Vestibule, an entrance hall, lobby. Threshold, beginning of anything. Cubicle, an enclosed area in a larger room. Rubble, rough fragments of stone, brick, concrete, etc. Ferret out, to search cunningly like a ferret, a small animal which drives rabbits out of their burrows. Untimely maturity, adult responsibility while still very young. Answer the following in a paragraph of about 50 words. 1. Why were the author and his companion attracted to the boys? 2. Do you think the boys were happy to do all the work? Why? 3. How did the author help the boys? 4. Why did the boys join the resistance movement against the Germans? Answer the following in about 100 words. 1. How does the story give promise of greater hope for human society? 2. Just plans, sir. What plans does Nicola refer to? Why does he want to hide it from the author? 3. Yet in both these boyish faces there was a seriousness which was far beyond their years. Elaborate your understanding about this statement from the story. 4. How did the brothers help to defeat the German army? Answer the following in about 300 words. 1. Sketch the characters of Nicola and Jacopo. How do the boys become sources of inspiration? 2. Cronin describes the story as a silent epic of devotion. Discuss. The Verger. Somerset Maugham. William Somerset Maugham, 1874 to 1966, is an English novelist, short story writer, playwright, and essayist of Irish descent. His best known novels include Of Human Bondage, 1915, and The Moon and Sixpence, 1919. His fame as a short story writer began with The Trembling of a Leaf, 1921, after which he published more than 10 collections. He is famous for his clear and precise style of writing. He does not impose his views on the reader. When criticizing something, he sounds rather amused than otherwise. The Verger is an example of how a person can be successful in life even though he is illiterate. What is more important is how one makes a good use of his creativity and knowledge. There had been a christening that afternoon at St. Peter's Neville Square, and Albert Edward Foreman still wore his verger's gown. He kept his new one, its folds as full and stiff as though it were made not of alpaca but of perennial bronze, for funerals and weddings. St. Peter's Neville Square was a church much favoured by the fashionable for these ceremonies. And now he wore only his second best. He wore it with complacence, for it was the dignified symbol of his office. And without it, when he took it off to go home, he had the disconcerting sensation of being somewhat insufficiently clad. He took pains with it. He pressed it and ironed it himself. During the 16 years he had been verger of this church, he had a succession of such gowns, but he had never been able to throw them away when they were worn out and the bottom drawers of the wardrobe in his bedroom. The verger busied himself quietly, replacing the painted wooden cover on the marble font, taking away a chair that had been brought for an infirm old lady, and waited for the vicar to have finished in the vestry so that he could tidy up in there and go home. Presently he saw him walk across the chancel, genuflect in front of the high altar, and come down the aisle, but he still wore his cassock. "What's he hanging about for?" the verger said to himself. "Don't he know I want my tea?" The vicar had been but recently appointed, a red-faced, energetic man in the early 40s, and Albert Edward still regretted his predecessor, a clergyman of the old school who preached leisurely sermons in a silvery voice and dined out a great deal with his more aristocratic parishioners. He liked things in church to be just so, but he never fussed. He was not like this new man who wanted to have his finger in every pie. But Albert Edward was tolerant. St. Peter's was in a very good neighborhood, and the parishioners were a very nice class of people. The new vicar had come from the East End, and he couldn't be expected to fall in all at once with the discreet ways of his fashionable congregation. "All this hustle," said Albert Edward, "but give him time. He'll learn." When the vicar had walked down the aisle so far that he could address the verger without raising his voice more than was becoming in a place of worship, he stopped. "Foreman, will you come into the vestry for a minute? I have something to say to you." "Very good, sir." The vicar waited for him to come up, and they walked up the church together. "A very nice christening, I thought, sir. Funny how the baby stopped crying the moment you took him." "I have noticed they very often do," said the vicar, with a little smile. "After all, I have had a good deal of practice with them." It was a source of subdued pride to him that he could nearly always quiet a whimpering infant by the manner in which he held it, and he was not unconscious of the amused admiration with which mothers and nurses watched him settle the baby in the crook of his surpliced arm. The verger knew that it pleased him to be complimented on this talent. The vicar preceded Albert Edward into the vestry. Albert Edward was a trifle surprised to find two churchwardens there. He had not seen them come in. They gave him pleasant nods. "Good afternoon, my lord." "Good afternoon, sir," he said to one after another. They were elderly men, both of them, and they had been churchwardens almost as long as Albert Edward had been a verger. They were sitting now at a handsome refectory table that the old vicar had brought many years before from Italy, and the vicar sat down in the vacant chair between them. Albert Edward faced them, the table between him and them, and wondered with slight uneasiness what was the matter. He remembered still the occasion on which the organist had got into trouble, and they had all to hush things up. In the church, like St. Peter's, Neville Square, they couldn't afford a scandal. On the vicar's red face was a look of resolute benignity, but the others bore an expression that was slightly troubled. "He's been nagging them," he has said the verger to himself. "He's joked them into doing something, but they don't half like it. That's what it is, you mark my words." But his thoughts did not appear on Albert Edward's clean-cut and distinguished features. He stood in a respectful but not obsequious attitude. He had been in service before. He was not appointed to his ecclesiastical office, but only in a very good houses, and his deportment was irreproachable. Starting as a page boy in the household of a merchant's prince, he had risen by due degrees from the position of fourth to first footman. For a year he had been single-handed butler to a widowed peeress, and till the vacancy occurred at St. Peter's ambassador. He was tall, spare, grave, and dignified. He looked, if not like a duke, at least like an actor of the old school who specialized in duke's parts. He had tact, firmness, and self assurance. His character was unimpeachable. The vicar began briskly. Foreman, we have got something rather unpleasant to say to you. You have been here a great many years, and I think His Lordship and the General agree with me that you have fulfilled the duties of your office to the satisfaction of everybody concerned. The two churchwardens nodded. But a most extraordinary circumstance came to my knowledge that the other day, and I felt it my duty to impart it to you, the churchwardens. I discovered to my astonishment that you could neither write nor read. The verger's face betrayed no sign of embarrassment. The last vicar knew that, sir, he replied. He said it didn't make no difference. He always said there was a great deal too much education in the world for his taste. It's the most amazing thing I have ever heard, cried the general. Do you mean to say that you have been verger of this church for 16 years and never learned to read or write? I went into service when I was 12, sir. The cook, in the first place, tried to teach me once, but I didn't seem to have the knack for it. And then, what with one thing and another, I never seemed to have the time. I've never really found the want of it. I think a lot of these young fellows waste a rare lot of time reading when they might doing something useful. But don't you want to know the news? Said the other churchwarden. Don't you ever want to write a letter? No, me lord. I seem to manage very well without. And of late years now, they have all these pictures in the papers. I get to know what's going on pretty well. Me wife's quite a scholar, and if I want to write a letter, she writes it for me. It's not as if I was a betting man. The two churchwardens gave the vicar a troubled glance and then looked down at the table. Well, foreman, I have talked the matter over with these gentlemen, and they quite agree with me that the situation is impossible. At a church like St. Peter's Neville Square, we cannot have a verger who can neither read nor write. Albert Edward's thin, sallow face reddened and he moved uneasily on his feet, but he made no reply. Understand me, foreman. I have no complaint to make against you. You do your work quite satisfactorily. I have the highest opinion both of your character and of your capacity. But we haven't the right to take the risk of some accident that may happen owing to your lamentable ignorance. It's a matter of prudence as well as of principle. But couldn't you learn, foreman? Asked the general. No, sir. I'm afraid I couldn't. Not now. You see, I'm not as young as I was, and if I couldn't seem able to get the letters in me, read when I was a nipper, I don't think there's much chance of it now. We don't want to be harsh with you, foreman, said the vicar. But the church wardens and I have quite made up our minds. We'll give you 3 months, and if at the end of that time you cannot read and write, I'm afraid you'll have to go. Albert Edward had never liked the new vicar. He'd said from the beginning that they'd made a mistake when they gave him St. Peter's. He wasn't the type of man they wanted with a classy congregation like that. And now he straightened himself a little. He knew his value, and he wasn't going to allow himself to be put upon. I'm very sorry, sir. I'm afraid it's no good. I'm too old a dog to learn new tricks. I've lived a good many years without knowing how to read and write, and without wishing to praise myself. Self-praise is no recommendation. I don't mind saying I've done my duty in that state of life in which it has pleased a merciful providence to place me. And if I could learn now, I don't know as I'd want to. In that case, foreman, I am afraid you must go. Yes, sir, I quite understand. I shall be happy to, and in my resignation, as soon as you have found somebody to take my place. But when Albert Edward, with his usual politeness, had closed the church door behind the vicar and the 2 church wardens, he could not sustain the air of unruffled dignity with which he had borne the blow inflicted upon him, and his lips quivered. He walked slowly back into the vestry and hung up on its proper peg his vicar's gown. He sighed as he thought of all the grand funerals and smart weddings it had seen. He tidied everything up, put on his coat, and hat in hand walked down the aisle. He locked the church door behind him. He strolled across the square, but deep in his sad thoughts he did not take the street that led him home. There a nice strong cup of tea awaited him. He took the wrong turning. He walked slowly along. His heart was heavy. He did not know what he should do with himself. He did not fancy the notion of going back to domestic service after being his own master for so many years, for the vicar and church wardens could say what they liked. It was he that had run St. Peter's Neville Square. He could scarcely demean himself by accepting a situation. He had saved a tidy sum, but not enough to live on without doing something, and life seemed to cost more every year. He had never thought to be troubled with such questions. The vergers of St. Peter's, like the popes of Rome, were there for life. He had often thought of the pleasant reference the vicar would make in his sermon at evensong, the first Sunday after his death, to the long and faithful service, and the exemplary character of their late verger, Albert Edward Foreman. He sighed deeply. Albert Edward was a non smoker and a total abstainer, but with a certain latitude, that is to say, like he liked a glass of beer with his dinner, and he was tired and enjoyed a cigarette. It occurred to him now that one would comfort him, and since he did not carry them, he looked about him for a shop where he could buy a packet of gold flake. He did not at once see one and walked on a little. It was a long street with all sorts of shops in it, but there was not a single one where you could buy cigarettes. "That's strange," said Albert Edward. To make sure, he walked right up the street again. No, there was no doubt about it. He stopped and looked reflectively up and down. "I can't be the only man as walks along the street and wants a fag," he said. "I shouldn't wonder, but what a fellow might do very well with a little shop here. Tobacco and sweets, you know." He gave a sudden start. "That's an idea," he said. "Strange how things come to you when you least expect it." He turned, walked home, and had his tea. "You're very silent this afternoon, Albert," his wife remarked. "Am thinking," he said. He considered the matter from every point of view, and next day he went along the street and by good luck found a little shop to let that looked as though it would exactly suit him. 24 hours later he had taken it, and when a month after that he left St. Peter's, Neville Square, for ever, Albert Edward Foreman set up in business as a tobacconist and newsagent. His wife said it was a dreadful come down after being verger of St. Peter's. But he answered that you had to move with the times. The church wasn't what it was, and henceforward he was going to re-enter unto Caesar what was Caesar's. Albert Edward did very well. He did so well that in a year or so it struck him that he might take a second shop and put a manager in. He looked for another long street that hadn't got a tobacconist in it, and when he found it and a shop to let, took it and stocked it. This was a success too. Then it occurred to him that if he could run 2 he could run half a dozen. So he began walking about London, and whenever he found a street that had no tobacconist and a shop to let, he took it. In the course of 10 years, he had acquired no less than 10 shops, and he was making money hand over fist. He went round to all of them himself every Monday, collected the week's takings, and took them to the bank. One morning, when he was there paying in a bundle of notes and a heavy bag of silver, the cashier told him that the manager would like to see him. He was shown into an office and the manager shook hands with him. "Mr. Foreman, I wanted to have a talk to you about the money you have got on deposit with us. Do you know exactly how much it is?" "Not within a pound or two, sir. But I have got a pretty rough idea. Apart from what you paid in this morning, it's a little over 30,000 pounds. That's a very large sum to have on deposit, and I should have thought you'd do better to invest it." "I wouldn't want to take no risk, sir. I know it's safe in the bank." "You need not have the least anxiety. We will make you out a list of absolutely gilt-edged securities. They'll bring you in a better rate of interest than we can possibly afford to give you." A troubled look settled on Mr. Foreman's distinguished face. "I have never had anything to do with stocks and shares, and I'd have to leave it all in your hands," he said. The manager smiled. "We'll do everything, and you'll have to do next time you come in is just to sign the transfers." "I could do that, all right," said Albert uncertainly. "But how should I know what I was signing?" "I suppose you can read?" said the manager a trifle sharply. Mr. Foreman gave him a disarming smile. "Well, sir, that's just it. I can't. I know it sounds funny like, but there it is. I can't read or write. Only me name. And I only learned to do that when I went into business." The manager was so surprised that he jumped up from his chair. "That's the most extraordinary thing I've ever heard." "You see, it's like this, sir. I never had the opportunity until it was too late, and then somehow I wouldn't. I got obstinate like." The manager stared at him as though he were a prehistoric monster. "And do you mean to say that you have built up this important business and amassed a fortune of 30,000 pounds without being able to read or write?" "Good God, man! What would you be now if you had been able to?" "I can tell you that, sir," said Mr. Foreman, a little smile on his still aristocratic features. and it be verger of St. Peter's Naval Square. Glossary. Verger, a church officer who takes care of the interior of the building and acts as an attendant, carries the verge during ceremonies. Perennial, lasting an indefinitely long time. Clad, wearing or provided with clothing. Vicar, a priest who is in charge of a particular church and the area around it. Vestry, a room in a church where sacred vessels and vestments are kept or meetings are held. Chancel, the part of the church that contains the altar and seats for the priest and choir. Genuflect, to kneel on one knee and then rise again as a small act of respect. Disconcert, to make someone upset or embarrassed. Alpaca, wool of the alpaca, a South American animal that has long woolly hair. Infirm, weak. Trifle, a detail that is considered insignificant. Refectory, a communal dining hall, usually in a monastery. Obsequious, attentive in a servile manner. Sallow, unhealthy looking. Exemplary, worthy of imitation. Ecclesiastical, of or associated with a church. Deportment, the way a person behaves towards other people. Unimpeachable, beyond doubt. Demean, reduce in worth or character, usually verbally. Latitude, freedom from normal restraints in conduct. Render, give or supply. Obstinate, marked by tenacious unwillingness to yield. Amass, collect or gather. Gilt-edged securities, stocks or securities that are regarded as extremely reliable investments. Comprehension questions. Answer the following in 50 words each. 1. What was Albert Edwards' opinion about the newly appointed vicar? 2. Why were gowns so important for the verger? Why was he never able to throw the gowns away? 3. What was the peculiarity of the verger's speech? Why does the author emphasize it? 4. What are the verger's excuses for being illiterate? 5. What did the vicar want to talk about with Albert? What did the verger reply to it? Answer the following in 100 words each. 1. What do you know about Albert's career? 2. Did the verger regret his resignation? What was he worried about after receiving the news? 3. What was the attitude of the verger's wife towards his business? What did Albert say to it? Answer the following in 300 words each. 1. Why did Albert succeed in business as a tobacconist and newsagent? What traits of character made him successful? A hero. R.K. Narayan. R.K. Narayan, 1906 to 2001, is one of the most popular and widely read of the Indian English novelists. He is one of the three leading figures of early Indian literature in English, alongside Raja Rao and Mulk Raj Anand. The English novelist Graham Greene called Narayan the novelist I most admire in the English language. Most of his stories are set in the fictional town of Malgudi. His most famous novels are Swami and Friends, The Bachelor of Arts, The Dark Room, The English Teacher, The Financial Expert, The Guide, and The Man-Eater of Malgudi. His major short story collections are An Astrologer's Day and Other Stories, Under the Banyan Tree and Other Stories, Lowly Road, and Malgudi Days. He was the recipient of the Sahitya Akademi Award in 1958, the Padma Bhushan in 1964, and the Padma Vibhushan in 2000. R.K. Narayan's popularity lies in his ability to entertain the readers by presenting before them life's little ironies pragmatically and humorously. His characters are drawn from the middle class, gifted with the power to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. His style is remarked for genial humor and simplicity. A hero is the story of a little boy who is forced by his uncompromisingly strict father to sleep alone at night. The manner in which the boy tries to postpone and evade the disaster by attempting to change the topic, by suggesting a later date, or by pretending to be asleep lend humor to the story. It has an ironic twist when the boy accidentally catches a burglar and is proclaimed a hero. A deft probe into the working of a child's mind and a simple, realistic depiction of a joint family make the story a delightful read. For Swami, events took an unexpected turn. Father looked over the newspaper he was reading under the hall lamp and said, "Swami, listen to this. News is to hand of the bravery of a village lad who, while returning home by the jungle path, came face to face with a tiger." Paragraph described the fight the boy had with the tiger and his flight up a tree, where he strayed half a day till some people came that way and killed the tiger. After reading it through, Father looked at Swami fixedly and asked, What do you say to that? Swami said, I think he must have been a very strong and grown up person, not at all a boy. How could a boy fight a tiger? You think you are wiser than the newspaper? Father sneered. A man may have the strength of an elephant and yet be a coward, whereas another may have the strength of a straw. But if he has courage, he can do anything. Courage is everything. Strength and age are not important. Swami disputed the theory. How can it be, Father? Suppose I have all the courage. What can I do if a tiger should attack me? Leave alone strength. Can you prove you have courage? Let me see if you can sleep alone tonight in my office room. A frightful proposition, Swami thought. He had always slept beside his granny in the passage, and any change in his arrangement kept him trembling and awake all night. He hoped at first that his father was only joking. He mumbled weakly, "Yes," and tried to change the subject, said very loudly and with a great deal of enthusiasm, "Where are we going to admit even elders in our cricket club hereafter? We are buying brand new bats and balls. Our captain has asked me to tell you." "We'll see about it later," Father cut in. "You must sleep alone hereafter." Swami realized that the matter had gone beyond his control. From a challenge, it had become a plain command. He knew his father's tenacity at such moments. "From the 1st of next month, I'll sleep alone, Father." "No, you must do it now. It is disgraceful sleeping beside Granny or Mother like a baby. You are in the second form, and I don't at all like the way you are being brought up," he said, and looked at his wife, who was rocking the cradle. "Why do you look at me while you say it?" she asked. "I hardly know anything about the boy." No, I don't mean you," Father said. "If you mean that your mother is spoiling him, yell her so. And don't look at me," she said and turned away. Swami's father sat gloomily gazing at the newspaper on his lap. Swami rose silently and tiptoed away to his bed in the passage. Granny was sitting up in her bed and remarked, "Boy, are you already feeling sleepy? Don't you want a story?" Swami made wild gesticulations to silence his granny, but that good lady saw nothing. So Swami threw himself on his bed and pulled the blanket over his face. Granny said, "Don't cover your face. Are you really very sleepy?" Swami leant over and whispered, Please, shut up, Granny. Don't talk to me, and don't let anyone call me even if the house is on fire. If I don't sleep at once, I shall perhaps die." He turned over, curled and snored under the blanket till he found his blanket pulled away. Presently, father came and stood over him. "Swami, get up," he said. He looked like an apparition in the semi-darkness of the passage, which was lit by a cone of light from the hall. Swami stirred and groaned as if in sleep. Father said, "Get up, Swami." Granny pleaded, "Why do you disturb him?" "Get up, Swami," he said for the fourth time, and Swami got up. Father rolled up his bed, took it under his arm, and said, "Come with me." Swami looked at his granny, hesitated for a moment, and followed his father into the office room. On the way, he threw a look of appeal at his mother, and she said, "Why do you take him to the office room? He can sleep in the hall, I think." "I don't think so," father said. And Swami slunk behind him with bowed head. "Let me sleep in the hall, father," Swami pleaded. "Your office room is very dusty, and there may be scorpions behind your law books." "There are no scorpions, little fellow. Sleep on the bench if you like." "Can I have a lamp burning in the room?" "No. You must learn not to be afraid of darkness. It is only a question of habit. You must cultivate good habits." "Will you at least leave the door open?" "All right. But promise you will not roll up your bed and go to your granny's side at night. If you do it, mind you, I'll make you the laughing stock of your school." Swami felt cut off from humanity. He was pained and angry. He didn't like the strain of cruelty he saw in his father's nature. He hated the newspaper for printing the tiger's story. He wished that the tiger hadn't spared the boy, who didn't appear to be a boy after all, but a monster. As the night advanced and the silence in the house deepened, his heart beat faster. He remembered all the stories of devils and ghosts he had heard in his life. How often had his chum Manny seen the devil in the banyan tree at his street end? And what about poor Munisami's father, who spat out blood because the devil near the river's edge slapped his cheek when he was returning home late one night? A ray of light from the street lamp strayed in and cast shadows on the wall. Through the stillness, all kinds of noises reached his ears. The ticking of the clock, rustle of trees, snoring sounds, and some vague night insects humming. He covered himself so completely that he could hardly breathe. Every moment he expected the devils to come up to carry him away. There was the instance of his old friend in fourth class who suddenly disappeared and was said to have been carried off by a ghost to Siam or Nepal. Swami hurriedly got up and spread his bed under the bench and crouched there. It seemed to be a much safer place, more compact and reassuring. He shut his eyes tight and encased himself in his blanket once again, and unknown to himself fell asleep. And in sleep was racked with nightmares. A tiger was chasing him, his feet stuck to the ground. He desperately tried to escape, but his feet would not move. The tiger was at his back, and he could hear its claws scratch the ground. Scratch, scratch, and then a light thud. Swami tried to open his eyes, but his eyelids would not open, and the nightmare continued. It threatened to continue forever. Swami groaned in despair. With a desperate effort, he opened his eyes. He put his hand out to feel his granny's presence at his side, as was his habit. But he only touched the wooden leg of the bench, and his lonely state came back to him. He sweated with fright. And now, what was this rustling? He moved to the edge of the bench and stared into the darkness. Something was moving down. He lay gazing at it in horror. His end had come. He realized that the devil would presently pull him out and tear him. And so, should he wait? As it came nearer, he crawled out from under the bench, hugged it with all his might, and used his teeth on it like a mortal weapon. Ayoo! Something has bitten me! Went forth an agonized, thundering cry, and was followed by a heavy tumbling and falling amidst furniture. In a moment, father, cook, and a servant came in, carrying light. All three of them fell on the burglar, who lay amidst the furniture with a bleeding ankle. Congratulations were showered on Swami next day. His classmates looked at him with respect, and his teacher patted his back. The headmaster said that he was a true scout. Swami had bitten into the flesh of one of the most notorious housebreakers of the district, and the police were grateful to him for it. The inspector said, "Why don't you join the police when you are grown up?" Swami said, for the sake of politeness, "Certainly, yes." Though he had quite made up his mind to be an engine driver, a railway guard, or a bus conductor later in life. When he returned home from the club that night, father asked, "Where is the boy?" "He's asleep." "Already?" "He didn't have a wink of sleep the whole of last night," said his mother. "Where is he sleeping?" "In his usual place," mother said casually. "He went to bed at 7:30. "Sleeping beside his granny again?" father said. "No wonder he wanted to be asleep before I could return home. Clever boy." Mother lost her temper. "You let him sleep where he likes. You needn't risk his life again." Father mumbled as he went in to change. "All right, Molly Caudle. and spoil him as much as you like. Only don't blame me afterwards. Swami, following the whole conversation from under the blanket, felt tremendously relieved to hear that his father was giving him up. Glossary: Sneer: to smile or laugh at someone or something with an expression on your face that shows dislike and a lack of respect. Proposition: something offered for consideration or acceptance. Mumbled: to say something quietly in an unclear way. Tenacity: to be determined. Tiptoed: with your toes touching the ground and your heels raised up. Gesticulation: the act of making gestures. Apparition: a ghost or a spirit of a dead person. Groan: to utter a deep moan indicative of pain, grief, or annoyance. Slunk: to move stealthily or furtively. Laughing stock: an object of ridicule. Thud: a loud, dull sound made especially when a heavy object hits something. Rustling: to make a soft, light sound because parts of something are touching or rubbing against each other. Mortal: causing death. Molly-coddled: a pampered or effeminate man or boy. Answer the following questions in one or two sentences. 1. What is the response of Swami to the story in the newspaper? 2. What excuses does Swami give to evade the prospect of sleeping alone? 3. A frightful proposition, Swami thought. What was the frightful about the proposition? 4. Why does he feel that the boy in the newspaper was a monster? 5. What are the stories that come to Swami's mind as he sleeps alone? 6. Why does the father give up the idea of forcing Swami to sleep alone? 7. What is Swami's ambition in life? Answer the following questions in a paragraph not exceeding 100 words. 1. Swami the Valiant. 2. The relationship between the grandmother and the boy. 3. Discuss the various thoughts that cross Swami's mind as he is forced to prove his courage. 4. The father's approach to Swami's fear. Answer the following questions in not more than 300 words. 1. R.K. Narayan shows his deep understanding of the working of a child's mind in a hero. Discuss. 2. Do you think the title A Hero is appropriate? gave reasons. 3. Discuss the elements of humor and irony in the story. The Homecoming. Rabindranath Tagore. Rabindranath Tagore, who composed the national anthem of India and won the Nobel Prize for Literature, was a multi talented personality in every sense. He was a Bengali poet, Brahma Samaj philosopher, visual artist, playwright, novelist, short story writer, painter, and a composer. He was also a cultural reformer who modified Bengali art by rebuffing the strictures that confined it within the sphere of classical Indian forms. Though he was a polymath, his literary works alone are enough to place him in the elite list of all time greats. Even today, Rabindranath Tagore is often remembered for his poetic songs, which are both spiritual and mercurial. For the world, he became the voice of India's spiritual heritage. Hence, his meeting with Albert Einstein is considered as a clash between science and spirituality. Soon, his works were admired by people of various countries, and he eventually became the first non European to win a Nobel Prize for his poetic collection Gitanjali. Apart from Janaganamana, his composition Amar Shonar Bangla was adopted as the national anthem of Bangladesh, and the national anthem of Sri Lanka was inspired by one of his works. The Homecoming presents the protagonist Pathik Chakravarti's struggle to find a home where he feels loved. Pathik is on the move throughout the story, and running away leads to his death. Just before he dies, Pathik is visited by his mother, who makes a rare display of affection towards him. Pathik implies that his love from his mother represents the idea of home he desires. Pathik Chakravarti was ringleader among the boys of the village. A new mischief got into his head. There was a heavy log lying on the mud flat of the river, waiting to be shaped into a mast for a boat. He decided that they should all work together to shift the log by main force from its place and roll it away. The owner of the log would be angry and surprised, and they would all enjoy the fun. Everyone seconded the proposal, and it was carried unanimously. But just as the fun was about to begin, Makhan, Pathik's young brother, sauntered up and sat down on the log in front of them, all without a word. The boys were puzzled for a moment. He was pushed rather timidly by one of the boys and told to get up, but he remained quiet and unconcerned. He appeared like a young philosopher meditating on the futility of games. Pathik was furious. "Makhan!" he cried. "If you don't get down this minute, I'll thrash you." Makhan only moved to a more comfortable position. Now, if Pathak was to keep his regal dignity before the public, it was clear he ought to carry out his threat. But his courage failed him at the crisis. His fertile brain, however, rapidly seized upon a new maneuver which would discomfort his brother and afford his followers an added amusement. He gave the word of command to roll the log and Makhan over together. Makhan heard the order and made it a point of honor to stick on. But he overlooked the fact, like those who attempt earthly fame in other matters, that there was peril in it. The boys began to heave at the log with all their might, calling out, "1, 2, 3, go!" At the word "go," the log went, and with it went Makhan's philosophy, glory, and all. All the other boys shouted themselves hoarse with delight. But Pathak was a little frightened. He knew what was coming. And sure enough, Makhan rose from Mother Earth blind as fate and screaming like the Furies. He rushed at Pathak and scratched his face and beat him and kicked him and then went crying home. The first act of the drama was over. Pathak wiped his face and sat down on the edge of a sunken barge on the river bank and began to chew a piece of grass. A boat came up to the landing and a middle-aged man with grey hair and dark mustache stepped on the shore. He saw the boy sitting there doing nothing and asked him where the Chakravartis lived. Pathak went on chewing the grass and said, "Over there." But it was quite impossible to tell where he pointed. The stranger asked him again. He swung his legs to and fro on the side of the barge and said, "Go find out," and continued to chew the grass as before. But now a servant came down from the house and told Pathak his mother wanted him. Pathak refused to move, but the servant was the master on this occasion. He took Pathak up roughly and carried him, kicking and struggling in impotent rage. When Pathak came into the house, his mother saw him. She called out angrily, "So you've been hitting the Makhan again?" Pathak answered indignantly, "No, I haven't. Who told you that?" His mother shouted, "Don't tell lies. You have." Pathak said suddenly, "I tell you, I haven't. You asked Makhan." But Makhan thought it best to stick to his previous statement. He said, "Yes, mother, Patik hit me! Patik's patient was exhausted. He could not bear his injustice. He rushed at Makhan and hammered him with blows. Take that! He cried. And that for telling lies. His mother took Makhan's side in a moment and pulled Patik away, beating him with her hands. When Patik pushed her aside, she shouted, What? You little villain! Would you hit your own mother? It was just at this critical juncture that the grey-haired stranger arrived. He asked what the matter was. Patik looked sheepish and ashamed. But when his mother stepped back and looked at the stranger, her anger was changed to surprise. For she recognized her brother and cried, Why, Dada? Where have you come from? As she said these words, she bowed to the ground and touched his feet. Her brother had gone away soon after she had married, and he had started business in Bombay. His sister had lost her husband while he was in Bombay. Bishamber had now come back to Calcutta and had at once made inquiries about his sister. He had then hastened to see her as soon as he found out where she was. The next few days were full of rejoicing. The brother asked after the education of the two boys. He was told by his sister that Patik was a perpetual nuisance. He was lazy, disobedient, and wild. But Makhan was as good as gold, as quiet as a lamb, and very fond of reading. Bishamber kindly offered to take Patik off his sister's hands and educate him with his own children in Calcutta. The widowed mother readily agreed. When his uncle asked Patik if he would like to go to Calcutta with him, his joy knew no bounds, and he said, Oh yes, uncle, in a way that made it quite clear that he meant it. It was an immense relief to the mother to get rid of Patik. He had a prejudice against the boy, and no love was lost between the two brothers. She was in daily fear he would either drown Makhan some day in the river, or break his head in a fight, or run him into some danger or other. At the same time, she was somewhat distressed to see Patik's extreme eagerness to get away. Patik, as soon as all was settled, kept asking his uncle every minute then where they to start. He was on pins and needles all day long with excitement and lay awake most of the night. He bequeathed to Makhan in perpetuity his fishing rod, his big kite, and his marbles. Indeed, at this time of departure, his generosity towards Makhan was unbounded. When they reached Calcutta, Pathik made the acquaintance of his aunt for the first time. She was by no means pleased with this unnecessary addition to her family. She found her own three boys quiet enough to manage without taking anyone else. And to bring a village lad of 14 into their midst was terribly upsetting. Bishamber thought, really have twice before committing such an indiscretion. In this world of human affairs, there is no worse nuisance than a boy at the age of 14. He is neither ornamental nor useful. It is impossible to shower affection on him as on a little boy, and he is always getting in the way. If he talks with a childish lisp, he is called a baby, and if he answers in a grown-up way, he is called impertinent. In fact, any talk at all from him is resented. Then he is at the unattractive growing age. He grows out of his clothes with indecent haste. His voice grows hoarse and breaks and quivers. His face grows suddenly angular and unsightly. It is easy to excuse the shortcomings of early childhood, but it is hard to tolerate even unavoidable lapses in a boy of 14. The lad himself becomes painfully self-conscious. When he talks with elderly people, he is either unduly forward or else so unduly shy that he appears ashamed of his very existence. Yet, it is at this age when, in his heart of a young lad, most craves for recognition and love, and he becomes the devoted slave of anyone who shows him consideration. But none dare openly love him, for that would be regarded as undue indulgence and therefore bad for the boy. So what? With scolding and chiding, he became very much like a stray dog that has lost his master. For a boy of 14, his own home is the only paradise. To live in a strange house with strange people is little short of torture, while the height of bliss is to receive the kind looks of women, and never to be slighted by them. It was anguish to Pathik to be the unwelcome guest in his aunt's house, despised by this elderly woman and slighted on every occasion. If she ever asked him to do anything for her, he would be so overjoyed that he would overdo it, and then she would tell him not to be so stupid, but to get on with his lessons. The cramped atmosphere of neglect in his aunt's house oppressed Pathik so much that he felt that he could hardly breathe. He wanted to go out into the open country and fill his lungs and breathe freely. But there was no open country to go to. Surrounded on all sides by Calcutta houses and walls, we would dream night after night of his village home and long to be back there. He remembered the glorious meadow he used to fly his kite all day long, the broad river banks where he would wander about the livelong day, singing and shouting for joy, the narrow brook where he could go and dive and swim at any time he liked. He thought of this band of boy companions over whom he was despot, and above all, the memory of that tyrant mother of his who had such a prejudice against him occupied him day and night. A kind of physical love like that of animals, a longing to be in the presence of the one who is loved, an inexpressible wakefulness during absence, a silent cry of the inmost heart for the mother, like the lowing of a calf in the twilight. This love, which was almost an animal instinct, agitated the shy, nervous, lean, uncouth, and ugly boy. No one could understand it, but it preyed upon his mind continually. There was no more backward boy in the whole school than Pathik. He gaped and remained silent when the teacher asked him a question, and like an overladen ass, patiently suffered all the blows that came down on his back. When the other boys went out at play, he stood wistfully by the window and gazed at the roofs of the distant houses. And if by chance he espied children playing on the open terrace of any roof, his heart would ache with longing. One day he summoned up all his courage and asked his uncle, "Uncle, when can I go home?" His uncle answered, "Wait till the holidays come." But the holidays would not come till November, and there was a long time still to wait. One day, Pathik lost his lesson book. Even with the help of books, he had found it very difficult indeed to prepare his lesson. Now it was impossible. Day after day, the teacher would cane him unmercifully. His condition became so abjectly miserable that even his cousins were ashamed to own him. They began to jeer and insult him more than the other boys. He went to his aunt at last and told her that he had lost his book. His aunt pursed her lips in contempt and said, "You great clumsy country lout! How can I afford with all my family to buy you new books 5 times a month?" That night, on his way back from school, Pathik had a bad headache with a fit of shivering. He felt
He was going to have an attack of malarial fever. His one great fear was that he would be a nuisance to his aunt. The next morning, Pathik was nowhere to be seen. All searches in the neighborhood proved futile. The rain had been pouring in torrents all night, and those who went out in search of the boy got drenched to the skin. At last, Miss Bamper asked help from the police. At the end of the day, a police van stopped at the door before the house. It was still raining and the streets were all flooded. Two constables brought out Pathik in their arms and placed him before Bishamber. He was wet through from head to foot, muddy all over, his face and eyes flushed red with fever, and his limbs all trembling. Bishamber carried him in his arms and took him into the inner apartments. When his wife saw him, she exclaimed, "What a heap of trouble this boy has given us! Hadn't you better send him home?" Pathik heard her words and sobbed out loud. "Uncle, I was just going home, but they dragged me back again." The fever rose very high, and all that night the boy was delirious. Bishamber brought in a doctor. Pathik opened his eyes, flushed with fever, and looked up to the ceiling and said vacantly, "Uncle, have the holidays come yet? May I go home?" Bishamber wiped the tears from his own eyes and took Pathik's lean and burning hands in his own and sat by him through the night. The boy began again to mutter. At last his voice became excited. "Mother," he cried, "don't beat me like that. Mother, I'm telling the truth." The next day, Pathik became conscious for a short time. He turned his eyes about the room and if expecting someone to come. At last, with an air of disappointment, his head sank back on the pillow. He turned his face to the wall with a deep sigh. Bishamber knew his thoughts, and bending down his head, whispered, "Pathik, I have sent for your mother." The day went by. The doctor said in a troubled voice that the boy's condition was very critical. Pathik began to cry out, "By the mark, 3 fathoms! By the mark, 4 fathoms! By the mark!" He had heard the sailor on the river steamer calling out the mark on the plumb line. Now he was himself plumbing an unfathomable sea. Later in the day, Pathik's mother burst into the loom like a whirlwind and began to toss from side to side and moan and cry in a loud voice. Bishamber tried to calm her agitation, but she flung herself on the bed and cried, "Pathik, my darling, my darling!" Pathik stopped his restless movements for a moment. His hands ceased beating up and down. He said, "Eh?" The mother cried again, "Pathik, my darling, my darling." Pathik very slowly turned his head and without seeing anybody said, "Mother, the holidays have come." Glossary: Saunter: to walk in a slow and relaxed way, often in no particular direction. Hoarse: having a rough voice. Furies: in Greek mythology, three terrifying snake-haired winged goddesses named Alecto, Megaera, and Tisiphone, who mercilessly punished wrongdoing, especially when committed within families. Bequeath: to arrange to give money or property to others after your death. Cramped: inconveniently and uncomfortably small and confining. Overladen: loaded past capacity, overloaded. Wistfully: deep in sad thoughts, especially thoughts of something yearned for or lost, or expressing this sad yearning. SP: to suddenly or unexpectedly see something, especially something at a long distance away. Delirious: irrational as a temporary result of a physical condition such as fever. Answer the following in a paragraph of about 50 words. 1. What was the mischief that got into the head of Pathik? 2. How did the servant treat Pathik when he refused to go with him? 3. What was the response of Pathik when he realized that the stranger was his uncle? 4. Why did Pathik's cousins jeer at home more than the other boys? 5. What was the reaction of Pathik's mother on seeing her delirious son? 6. Comment on the significance of the title, The Homecoming. Answer the following in about 100 words. 1. Write a note on Pathik's first encounter with his uncle. 2. What, according to Tagore, is unique about the boy at the age of 14? 3. Write a brief note on Pathik's school days in Calcutta. 4. What makes Pathik run away from his uncle's house? 5. How does Makhan become the foil of Pathik in the story? 6. Comment on the elements of pathos in the story. Answer the following in about 100 words. 1. Analyze the homecoming as an instance of Tagore's uncanny insight into child psychology. 2. Explain the diction, imagery, and milieu of the story and show how they serve to develop the theme.